another blunt, man.
Wow.
These is good times.
We had a fun morning, afternoon, I guess afternoon, morning, something. Hey, now the only question is now, how do we top that? I don't know.
I have in common with them, make friends, and not talk about MMTLP at all, but to develop a relationship.
I thought maybe they would
individuals that currently work at the SEC, so that I can find out who
actually
is
make some kind of a point
disenfranchised,
here
to
or come
find
to a
out the
natural stopping
internal
point, but
things that we don't know. Like, how do I
okay.
go about getting information that they don't want me to have, that they can't stop me from getting? What are the things they don't tell people? Like, there's little pieces of information I
Yeah.
feel like we could acquire that could be very helpful for us.
Oh yeah.
MMTLP.
And you know what's funny?
Wow. Okay.
I'll add on to this because a lot of people, as you know, try calling FINRA, try to call.
Yeah, that's dumb. Okay.
Whatsoever, and when they just
Okay. I'm terminating that. I'm terminating the space. I'm terminating that linkage there so that we can get into some other things. So that was fun. That was really fun. I have to. There's a sound bite that I got to clip out of there. Sure. And let me see. Is everything okay here? What's going on? Why does it say no data? All right. All right. Oh, it's working. What is it talking about? What the hell are they talking about here? No data. Give me a break. All right. Okay. Well, now, well, we're a little early, but hey, it's not like there's any rules here. Let's go here. Why does this lady keep showing up? I don't want to see her. Do not want to see her. Now I noticed that there's a bunch of there's no serious not that I can see anyway. It's all bullshit videos. Like, okay, here's Tony F. Let's check this one out. Now I'm not saying this is a legitimate video. Don't get me wrong.
To the channel. I know a lot of you are wondering here in 2023 or 2024, what is it going to take as far as domestic box office or global box office for AMC to post a positive quarter?
Yes.
Earnings per share at least one penny or higher. And I did a little model on Excel, extrapolating from some previous data to what it would take. Let's take a look.
Sweet.
In at 1.7 the first quarter of 2023, the numbers came in at 1.7 billion according to Box Office Mojo for domestic box office. And when
yes,
we
the
look
kids
at
are all happy.
Projections for the entire year of 2023 from thenumbers.com, they have a estimate of 2023 right here of $7.8 billion. I've seen other estimates as high as $9 billion. So if we reflect back to a number between 7.8 and 9 billion minus 1.7 billion, the quarter we already have in the bag, that gives us an average per quarter of 2 billion to 2.4 billion for the remaining 3 quarters of 2023. Now that is an average. There could be a higher Q2
Model 3 dude,
but that's kind of what we're working with, between 2 to 2.4 billion per quarter on average.
Yeah,
for the
right.
remainder of this year.
Oh boy, let's not price in a recession. Let's not price in higher inflation. Let's not price in higher gas and oil prices. Let's not price all of this in and just assume that the next 3 quarters are going to be higher than the first quarter was. That makes sense.
To get into
that makes a lot of sense.
The industry
Gotta hand it to 'em.
expecting domestic box office numbers around 11 billion. That would give us an average per quarter in 2024 of 2.75
Guess
billion.
what?
wow.
It doesn't matter. Guess what? This makes no difference whatsoever. Guess what? You had quarters that did, as good or better than this in the past, and the company was still unprofitable. So acting like this is a one-to-one indicator of profitability for a movie theater company is not accurate. It's not accurate.
As we know, the core.
Hopefully he'll say that. Maybe he will. We got a few more minutes left in this video. I am going to speed it up though, because I cannot sit through this whole fucking thing at 1-to-1 speed. All right, let's try this.
Vary. Some will be a little higher, some will be a little lower. With those numbers in mind, let's take a look at the spreadsheet. Okay, looking at the spreadsheet here, I've got 5 recent quarters.
Wow, look at this.
Here in the yellow at the top.
Looks so official.
Starting with Q2 2019, that was a quarter that AMC posted a positive earnings. And then I have the last 4 quarters from 2022. Q4 through Q1. I used that data plus the domestic box office numbers reported on Box Office Mojo. That is right here at the very top. All of the data that AMC has in their financial statements on the income statement is here in the spreadsheet.
Look at that right there.
Some extrapolations because I only have the domestic box office.
We even need to watch the rest of this. I mean, look at this right here. Let me fix that real quick so we can see the whole screen. Look at that. So here you go. This is the quarter that was just reported right here, right? I think so, yeah. So he said that they posted a profit. And I love how he has the actual negative 27 cents loss per share kind of cut off because they all believe that it's higher than that because of the EBITDA, whatever. I'm just speculating that that's why he cut it off. Yeah, domestic box office millions, 3.2 billion right here. That was a high number. I mean, yeah.
So
Let's
I
keep
translated
going.
that to admissions, even though I know admissions is global. Just work with me here. These numbers work out. On average, when we look at domestic box office, it's around 28%.
Trust me, bro.
28% of the domestic box office is a good number to use for what you can expect for AMC's total global admissions. Then on the next line, looking at food and beverage, I calculated what percentage of admissions translates into additional revenue for food and beverage. And on average, that has been anywhere from 52 to 61%, depending on what year and what quarter you're looking at. I'm going to use, going forward for my estimates, 61%, because what I've noticed is that although it used to be really low, 50, 52%, as AMC is adding new food items and more expensive food items and drinks and more bars, the percentage of money that people are spending for food and beverage is going up. You guys might have seen some recent tweets about that. So we're going to use 61% for the model for quarters going forward. The other thing that the data and this model shows us is that what the admissions is globally for AMC, AMC actually retains about 50% of that. So when we look at the cost, film exhibition cost, it's generally about 50% of what admissions is. And then when we look at food and beverage, we want to know what percentage of that was kept as profit. So I looked at the cost, and it's on average about 16% cost, about 84% profit. That is key to know, guys. 84% profit on food and beverage is huge. Every other number on the income statement is relatively static. So these are our variables that we're going to be looking at for the model. Let's do the magic now. Using the assumptions that I have here in the left-hand column, the percentages that I just went over with, averaged or extrapolated out from previous quarters. Again, this is not exact science, guys. This is just to get.
So tell us how much longer we have to hold our AMC shares and watch you clowns before there's a MOAS, because we all know profitable quarters equal MOAS, right?
It's in the ballpark. But using these assumptions, all we have to do is put in a number for domestic box office for a future quarter. Let's call it Q2 2023, and it will tell us if we have a profit at the end of the quarter. And I know what that number is. I'm going to go ahead and put it in. It will be 2.73 billion. That will get us 1 penny for the net profit on any future.
Well, that ain't going to happen.
Subject to the assumptions that I have here.
How is that even realistic?
Not counting paying off any debt, not counting credit cards, just the data we have.
You go from 1.7 billion to 2.7 billion. So you think you're going to get an additional $1 billion in the box office? I don't know.
What number do we need to hit to get at least 1 penny of earnings per share? 2.73 billion. Again, that's 2.73 billion in domestic box office.
Is he saying that that will happen, or is he just saying that that's what you would need?
And I want you, when you're thinking about that number, to
maybe he's saying that's just what you need.
I showed you at the beginning. What are we expecting per quarter for the rest of 2023? On average, 2 to 2.4 billion, although there is a chance that one of the quarters, especially maybe Q2, could be closer to 2.7 and the other ones be closer to 2 or slightly under 2. We'll just have to see. But in 2024, when I keep on telling you guys we need to get around 11 billion in box office domestically, again, 2.75 billion average per quarter, that would mean that potentially every quarter in 2024 is posting a profit, not counting popcorn.
Well, I don't know about that, but well, okay. We'll just
not counting
continue
credit
here.
cards, not paying off any debt. 11 billion is a key for this industry to get to for total domestic box office. And we are headed there in 2024. Now you want to know, what about popcorn? What if we pay off the debt? How do those affect things? I got a couple quick examples to show you, and then we'll go ahead and wrap this up and let you ask all of your questions down in the comments and maybe do a follow-up in a live in the next day or so. On this tab, we have the exact same thing as on the tab I was just showing you, except you can see this second green box here. And I just added in a line item for the net profit of popcorn. You can pick your number. I'm going to use a very conservative one. What if we netted $10 million in a quarter for profit on retail popcorn? That would add at the bottom there, you see it goes from 1 penny earnings per share to 2 pennies. So $10 million net profit on popcorn in a quarter. If it were that high, it would add
I don't know if that's how it's reported on
if
the
it were
earnings.
25 million net profit in a quarter. That would add a total of 2 pennies to the earnings per share. I'm not going to go any higher than that because popcorn is anybody's guess right now. I don't even know if it'll be 10 million out of the gate. We will have to wait and get a quarter under our belt.
What if they lose money on it?
Up and get wide distribution
funny.
across the United States. It's way too early to be talking about big popcorn profits just yet. I need to hear something from the company. But you get a flavor of how it can affect earnings per share per quarter. On this final tab, you can see the green box down here. I have the interest that we're paying on the debt, which is on average around 85 million a quarter. Would there be a difference if AMC paid off all the debt and did not have that interest payment? Because this is the drag on every quarter in terms of debt.
Do we even know that he programmed this Excel spreadsheet properly? I mean, he's not showing us the formula.
Of profit, but now let's eliminate that interest payment and see what happens. The earnings
not even on Excel. It's on fucking Google Docs.
Goes up by 6 cents by eliminating that interest payment. So we went from 1 cent earnings per share to 7 cents EPS by eliminating that interest payment. Now, is Adam Aaron going to pay off the debt? Does he need to? That is a whole different discussion.
I don't think anybody knows that.
Right now, AMC has 2 major problems that it is facing. Number 1 is a lack of profitability. Number 2 is a broken balance sheet with $5 billion of debt. For me, I'm not worried as much about $85 million of interest payments on the income statement as I am about $5 billion of debt on the balance sheet, throwing off all the ratios and making the company appear risky in the eyes of Wall Street or any big investment firm that might be wanting to invest in the company. It just is a bad look as far as risk goes. And so at some point, tackling that debt on the balance sheet is important, and it needs to happen. I would probably prefer first having about $2 billion of cash on the balance sheet to make AMC look stronger and have enough cash to get comfortably into 2024, where we expect the box office domestic to be much higher, 11 billion.
Mr. Fundamentals here. This reminds me, we got to check out the other Mr. Fundamentals.
Should be used to start paying down some of that debt and fix.
I doubt that'll happen.
We're low on cash. We're high on debt. Tackle the cash problem first. Tackle the debt problem second. But we're getting a little off topic talking about the balance sheet. The point of this video is to talk about the income statement, to talk about that domestic box office goal that we need to have to get the translation down to admissions and food and beverage and the trickle down to a positive earnings, a positive EPS. Hopefully this video gave you some insight into that. If you have questions, let me know
unfortunately, a positive EPS
on the live stream, if that would help. Don't forget to like and share this video. Buy and hold to subscribe
to a MOAD. All right. Now, I've been waiting for this one. I have been waiting for this one. Let's see here. Lynn says Richard McKenzie, a professor at UC Irvine, determined that it costs the average theater around 90 cents to produce a bag of popcorn. At $7.99, that's a 788% markup. That's from 2019. Interesting. Oh, man. Yeah, I'm going to have to clip that out. All right. So here's Mr. Fundamentals, AMC fundamental man, fundamental dude. Let's see what he's got to say.
Hey guys, it's Chris here with another AMC video. This one's titled "Burn Your Ships." So that was actually a line that was
Wait, burn your ships. Sorry. Oops. Crap.
Hey guys, Tony didn't.
What the hell? Okay.
Hey guys, it's Chris here with another AMC video. This one's titled Burn Your Ships. So,
Burn your ships.
that was actually a line that was made famous by Julius Caesar, you know, about 2,000 years ago. Cortez used it in 1500, and it was an ideology that was kind of transformed and used by the Americans in a liberty or death style mentality. And now, you know, our movement has seemed to adopt that mentality. We aren't willing to surrender to short sellers. We're not willing to sell our shares cheap, and they don't seem to have any way out of this except to battle back and try and find some reason for people to sell movie theater stocks. I can't find any at the current time. In fact, I'm finding more and more reasons to be bullish on my AMC investment. We just broke the...
As if you need any 4 fucking reasons to be bullish. Jesus Christ. Let's see your positions, okay? Let's see how heavy the bags are that you're holding. And let us be the judge. Oh, no? Okay.
The revenue per patron record 2 weeks in a row. Last week we set the record during John Wick, and now this week during the premieres, the early screenings of Air and Dungeons and Dragons, we broke the record again. Our popcorn is sold out at Walmart, and those aren't even the biggest things that we have going with our...
Yeah, he can afford this Calvin Klein fleece jacket here. I don't know if that's a pullover or zip up, but get a better, get a mic. Get something other than your goddamn computer microphone, or go into a smaller room with fewer hard surfaces, or hang up some towels on the wall or something.
Our AMC army. We have a bunch of crazy apes signing up for A-list at record paces, and we are about to drop...
Now that's wild, because last video he was telling people, or one of his previous videos, he was telling people that they should do that, and if everyone did, then we'd have this much money. But so it worked. We have people signing up in record numbers now. Wow, cool, awesome, congratulations.
The biggest bomb of them all, the AMC co-branded credit card. That's the biggest thing that could happen to a company. You get Visa to come in, they look at your customer base and they say, hey, we want to talk to the people that go to your movie theaters, and we want to have a conversation about whether they would spend money on a credit card that would give them points to come back to the movie theaters. This works for AMC because Visa pays AMC for the points. Visa can put any number amount on it that they want, and AMC can sell any number of points that they want for every dollar that they receive. So let's just say there's 50 million points sold by AMC. Visa has to purchase those points, and then Visa issues those points to us for every dollar that we spend on the credit card. Again, none of this comes out of Visa's, or strike that, AMC's pocket. So when AMC does this deal with Visa, they don't pay for any points that are given to us. AMC just receives money, and then there's a business deal between us and Visa for every single point that we spend. 10 points for every dollar that we spend outside of an AMC, just for regular things. 25, I believe, for entertainment and...
Oh boy, Ron, you're in for a fun night. There went your Sunday night.
Any money spent at AMC. So if you think about that, if you're A-listed, it's $50, or it's every $50 you spend, you get a $5 off reward. With the A-list and the co-branded credit card deal, if you had both of those and you were spending them at AMC, it would be $33 for a $5 coupon, or reward if you want to call it that. That's going to pile up over time, especially considering you're getting discounts on your popcorn and soda, your large beverage purchases. You're also getting a 10% discount on food, on any other food items, and they waive all online fees for purchasing tickets for anybody that you bring along with you on your movie-going adventures. So the biggest thing that you can take away from the AMC movement at this point is that we're breaking records. A lot of us have burned our ships, and we are not willing to surrender to the shorts at this point. In fact, we're going on the offensive. They had us down in COVID, and they were tearing us to pieces. And the ape army has rallied around Adam Aaron, and Adam Aaron has secured some of the best deals you could make as a CEO for this company. Highcroft, Visa.
The best deals with Wyckoff Mining. What is this bullshit on here? Yeah, let me tell you, this is a hell of a deal. That is a hell of a deal, guys. Wow. AMC got in somewhere around here. Oh yeah. I think they paid $1 or something. I forget, but yeah, come on.
He's working out deals with every single production studio out there to get movie merchandise in the form of popcorn buckets that are selling like you wouldn't believe. Everything about this investment is going the right direction, and you can see it now. You can see solvency.
Except the price. Everything's going in the right direction except the fucking price. You know, wow, okay.
You can see us erasing the debt, not just with a little bit of dilution, but a little bit of everything. Popcorn sales, merchandise sales, movie theater ticket sales, A-list, COVID's dead, and now we're going to have this co-branded credit card that's
COVID is not dead.
and just be the ultimate weapon, because every single time you go out and spend money, anywhere in the world, AMC is paying off its debt with that. Normally people will go to the movie theaters and they only are allowed to use that money at the movie theater to pay things off. Now we've got Walmart and we've got people spending money on a credit card every single day. This is going to slowly cut in to the debt every single day, on top of the large bulk from Visa.
Yeah, until they have to take on more debt.
Every time they run out of points. And I'll be honest with you, the AMC apes are probably going to absolutely run through Visa's points faster than Visa anticipates. So I would imagine that Visa has to come in and talk to Adam Aron and re-up on all the points.
Oh, come on.
6 months to a year into this program, and you'll start to see bigger and bigger sums of money come in from Visa to AMC every single year, and you'll see more and more A-listers. You'll see more and more people going to movies from here on out, with COVID officially now, as of a few days ago, being officially over according to the United States government. So everything is heading in the right direction for this company. This is Chris with AMC, and remember, we run the show.
Wow, that was most informative. Okay. I mean, we went through the balance sheet. We went through the financial statement, not that long ago. On here, I mean, looking at quarterly here, then you see things like debt growth is minus 6.8%. Okay, great. So you reduce the debt by in a net 6.8%. However, shareholders' equity is actually lower than it was in the previous quarter. So how's that work? Anyway, burn your ships. All right, Money Montgomery. Let's check out this guy. Oops.
Yeah.
Hold on a second here. Let me do this right. Do this right. The hell? Okay. Where'd he go? There it is. All right.
Sir, yes, sir. Come on in. Bring it on in. All right, people, let's get our little Sunday prep in going into next week. I'm bringing a little clip to us, guys. This is a clip on the current state of affairs with the BRICS nation and the American dollar losing its position as the main currency for oil. And kind of keynoting into what is going on with that. And somebody has kind of like an altered perspective here at the end. And then we're going to follow that up with some keynotes. Our AFC just getting us prepped for the week ahead. Like I said, we got shorts in a bind, man. They're in a bind.
Mm-hmm.
All right, let's go ahead and catch this clip. Let's get into it.
The U.S. dollar has been the world's strongest currency, with central banks using it in over 60% of foreign exchange reserves. It has been.
We know that this is going to be absolutely objective and factually correct because it's on Fox News Channel, not Fox Business. Fox and Friends Weekend. All right.
The dominant source of world trade transactions are made in the U.S. dollar. And as I mentioned, it's been the safe haven for most countries across the world to park their money in dollars. But in 2014, in response to the Russian invasion of Crimea, China and Russia began the process of de-dollarizing their particular business dealings. China wants to become the world's largest reserve currency. Now, it's notable that over the last 2 decades,
how you laid this out.
The United States dollar has lost 12 percentage points of market share. We went from 71% down to 59%. Now, the Chinese yuan hasn't yet replaced the U.S. dollar, but it's begun to register. About 3% of reserve portfolios are currently sitting in the Chinese yuan. So could the U.S. dollar soon lose its power, and how would that impact the U.S. on the world stage? Let's ask Breitbart economics and finance editor.
Oh, Breitbart. Let's ask the Breitbart guy. This is going to be fun.
John, great to have
Don't believe the fucking hype.
you this morning. First of all,
This is fear mongering, courtesy of Fox News.
Serious threat. Do you think we could look at a future where the United States dollar is not the world's reserve currency?
I do. Not only a serious threat, I think it is inevitable. We went through 3 stages, as you said, after World War II. The U.S. was the biggest economy in the world. In the 1970s, global banking became basically dollar-centric. With the fall of the Soviet Union, the entire world, more or less, came under the domination of the U.S. dollar. That is now drifting away. The China and the Russia are starting to build an alternative block of currencies.
So the question, John, becomes how viable is their alternative?
Alternative block of currencies.
How many countries, how many transactions, how much market share
could,
for example, if it becomes the Chinese yuan, take from the U.S. dollar? I've talked to others who said the answer to that question will be a tipping point, and they believe the tipping point would be Saudi Arabia and what they choose to do when it comes to oil transactions. What is your perspective?
It's Saudi money.
Well, the Saudis want to diversify their portfolio.
They said, all right, we're done with the American government.
They don't know who's going to win the contest for the world. And so they do want to make
Why would they be done with the American government? How does that make any sense? Okay.
Exposure to the United States. I don't think in the long run that the yuan is actually a threat, that it is ever going to become the dominant currency of the world, because the Chinese communist system is not open enough. The U.S. system is very open. Other countries can trust that our reserve currency, that we're not manipulating it. We allow...
Oh, really? Oh, really? That's interesting.
Free foreign exchange. We try to keep inflation very low. We haven't done a good job of that in the last couple of years.
Okay,
but we have a 40-year track record of keeping inflation low, and we're now doing it again.
Because we've had basically...
That gives the world a lot more security than China can. And so I don't think China is going to become the dominant currency. And I think Europe and I think our closest allies in Japan will...
Peter's got the right idea here.
And I think the Saudis and most oil countries will want to remain a close relationship with the dollar. However, I do think we're going to have alternate blocks that we haven't had for a long time.
So really quickly, John, I have to follow up then. You don't think the Chinese yuan will become the world's dominant currency or replace the U.S. dollar, but at the beginning of our conversation, you did say you think it's inevitable that we will continue to lose market share as the world's reserve currency. So what do you see?
Okay, how does this relate to AMC?
That's right. I think we're returning to a sort of a Cold War basis where you have different...
Cold War basis.
XRP, Cardano. You should be buying you some Tesla, some NVIDIA.
Oh, okay.
VTI. Guys, brace up.
Blocks of economies.
What?
Different blocks of...
Gold, silver.
Currencies.
Wait.
We are trying to have a...
So buy cryptos, buy tech stocks, buy gold and silver. What am I missing here? What if... Okay.
Trade deficit
Jesus Christ.
with China. That's one of the explicit goals of the United States policy right now. If that happens...
Clearly, the Fed needs to raise rates higher. The market needs to go down a couple legs so that a lot of these idiots get flushed out. That's how we fight inflation.
The trade deficit is what gives China so many dollars. That's why they buy so many treasuries. As we try to cut down on that trade deficit, China naturally will have fewer dollars, which will mean that they need to move into a non-dollar based system.
Okay.
So this will benefit us as well. It's part of our policy. It hasn't been necessarily great for the U.S. economy to have the whole world work on dollars. It actually could end up being beneficial.
Wow, that's a fascinating perspective that
I'm about to say,
deserves some more
had to
attention.
share that is a good perspective, that there needs to be some diversification of what the standard is. Who knows? Like I said, this seems like a big opening gate to, like we already know, cryptocurrencies, cryptos, exchange, CBDC, all that. This is all just a gateway segment to that. But I felt like that was a good video to show
didn't
guys
say that.
of the current state of affairs of what's going on and why we have these hedge funds in such a bind. Just following in with some keynotes that I would like to share with you boys. Hold up. Guys, remember now, obviously, as we saw last time, what's it called me, etc. As we saw last time, what was I about to say? Oh yeah,
Exactly.
short interest is still continuing to rise. This is where we left off at. Friday, again, we saw literally all that attempts at shorting just for us to finish. They slightly positive. They exhausted all streams out. But I want to bring this to us here. Come double check in. Do not forget, going into this week, we have a 25.12% a short interest rate. It's 250 million. This is an all-time high that's broken this weekend. Well, actually Friday, but through the weekend, 200 million shares on loan. We're looking for
A
this number
blues
to
singer.
go up, guys. It's already destroying the fact of that institutions can own 10% and retail owns 90%. Where look, this is going.
I mean, how in the fuck? What? Oh my God.
Institutions having 25%. Cost to borrow is at 222.13. The cost to borrow max 454%. And a cost for an average of 408%. They're getting smoked. They're getting smoked.
Yeah,
Utilization
that's
100%. Double tapping in. Hold up. Got to go to that stock track to show us that delicious goose egg. A black swan event. Hey. They're toasted out. Liquidity is dry. They are 0 shares. We're watching them struggle. They scooping up whatever.
On one brokerage.
Guys, be on the aware, guys. They might be doing that trick where they're trying to do share lending again. If you have an account, double check and see if your share lending is turned on, turned off. But at this point, it doesn't matter. They can't scrap up enough shares to cover what's going on here. And we are on official countdown.
It doesn't even make
days.
sense.
What is it? What would it be? 25 days. We're going on a countdown to 25 days. They are coughing up blood, and they got almost a month to go of this. It's getting unruly. It's getting so unruly. It's getting too unruly. It's getting too unruly. Double check in the monies, out the monies. Y'all see our next date coming in here. That'll be on the 6th. It continues to pledge that they're getting smoked. All their calls are out of the money. They falling heavy out of the money.
What?
Woo!
Let's point to the puts and say calls are out of the money. What? This guy's a retard.
And of course, I have up here Market Watch.
Oh
Quick
my
little
God.
question to tap in, guys. Is anybody noticing this? Market cap being 7.3 billion. Now, correct me if I'm wrong. Y'all put it in the comments, but if the market cap was at 7.3 billion, wouldn't that be somewhere around the shares trading around like 12 to like $14? I thought that they were just saying last week the market cap was around 3-something billion. Hey, correct me if I'm wrong. I just noticed. I know I've seen so many different numbers swinging up here. We've seen 93 billion. We've seen 400 billion, in the last 2 weeks span. I'm just double checking. Is this accurate? Y'all just, somebody tap in with me and tell me if I'm accurate on that. But guys, listen, tighten up. One last thing to leave off. I forgot to put this. Banks have seen another $126 billion to leave the top 25 banks this week. The bank runs, I don't care what they keep trying to, hey, everything's getting better. Bank runs are continuing to happen. The banking crisis is still raging and liquidity is drying up. Deposits to banks is down $220 billion in the last 2 weeks. So that means that people are pulling their money out, and then people also aren't depositing their money. Where are people depositing their money? People are saving their money and buying gold and going into crypto, as you are seeing the crypto market start to lean. Guys, We're in the black swan event. This is what we've been.
How many banks failed? Well, it's funny you asked that, Ron. Let's check the failed bank list. Looks like we have 2 banks that failed. Yep, still 2 banks. Signature Bank, Silicon Valley Bank. Indeed. Yep. Always make time to check the failed bank list on the FDIC website. Yep, just good. I'm glad you reminded me to check.
I am trying to see how they're going to go through next week with all this on their back. There is no game. They can't play this game like this.
They can't play this game. They
can't play this game like this. There's no shares. They're dried up now. They're going into the week with 0 shares. Not with 10,000. With 0
didn't
shares.
they do that last week? I'm pretty sure they did the same thing last week. And what happened? Oh, man.
134%.
They came up with more.
People too scared to even loan these shares out anyways right now? Oh, no. Guys, proceed to put the knee down. We're stepping into it, guys. We're going into the real abyss right now. We're going right left with these boys right now. And they ain't throw nothing back in the last week. They haven't thrown a punch back in the last week. They haven't been able to do anything. Oh, all right, short down. All right, in where it was. All right, short down. In where it was. We've seen 3 pops. Friday was that thing wanted to launch off. Thursday, that thing wanted to launch off. They are doing everything they can just to prevent it from launching off.
It's all kinds of various people.
Man. Hey, but guys, stay ready. Keep your head on the swivel.
I don't know what the hell he's talking about because I'm looking at it here,
next plays,
and it says the fee is 180% and that there's 10,000 shares available.
I'm telling you, I'm feeling.
And this clearly shows the cost to borrow has gone down. So
0 shares.
This guy's full of shit.
Just days up on days at 0 shares. Cost to borrow continues.
Yeah, incoherent babbling for show. And look at this too. Here's AMC research on Fidelity. Other, so we have institutional ownership, mutual funds, well, institutional ownership, institutional mutual funds, insiders, and other. So other is retail. And what does it say? 67%. 67%. That's not 90. It's not 90. Now, this is just on AMC. I guess I could put in APE, but I don't know if it's really worth it. I don't even know if they'll show it, actually. I might have actually had him, I might have had the speed still high, sped up. Look at that. Institutional ownership, negative 26.7. What does that mean? Well, clearly that's crime. 99%, 99.2%. Total outstanding shares, 9.2 million. Okay, clearly that's not right. What does it say for AMC? Now I'm wondering. 517. Okay. All right. So, all right. Let's see what else we got here today. Michael Burry just confirmed this. All right, here we go. All right.
I'll get. This is interesting. This is from a few days back, and I don't think.
Goddamn Benji. I keep doing the wrong thing here. All right, here we go.
So this is interesting. This is from a few days back, and I don't think I covered yet, so I did want to talk about it. So Burry is bullish. Buy the effing dip generation. So BTFD, that's what that means. I'm still here since early 2021, and I'm not leaving without my money, Mr. Burry. I think I bought every single dip. Comment down below if you guys have been buying dips like crazy. I definitely have. So Burry tweeted out a few days ago. He said, I was wrong to say sell. So the market has been really, really ripping over the past few days. And obviously, who knows? Maybe it's just a bear market.
Obviously.
But either way, the market is up. We can't see who knows. Maybe it's just a bear market rally. But either way, the market is up. We can't argue that. He says, going back to the 1920s, there has been no buy the dip generation like you. Congratulations. Look at the data.
So I don't know really what he was going for with these tweets, but that's not really a compliment. Going back to the 1920s, there's been no buy the fucking dip generation like you. Congratulations. That's not a compliment. I'm not reading that as a compliment. I think he's saying you're a bunch of fucking morons. That's what it sounds like to me.
This is what Michael Burry means. If you look at the data, this right here is an actual chart. It says the second best year for the dip buying strategy ever. So the FUD and the crazy articles just keep on getting wilder, guys. Look at this. This is an article from Market Watch. It says
That's old. We saw this already.
Target for Amazon. So over the past weeks or so, there's been a lot of rumors saying that Amazon could even buy AMC. And for good reason. There's a lot of reasons why Amazon, honestly, and AMC probably could work together and make for a really good merge acquisition. That maybe Sign World is a better
coming from Benji. That means a lot.
Yeah, I'm sure. Remember when naked shorts were nothing more than a forbidden conspiracy theory? Remember when we were all said to be crazy? Apes made them, and dark pools part of the mainstream conversation. Well, fails to deliver can be associated with naked short selling. It seems like just yesterday that all the AMC naysayers were saying that there's no naked short selling going on with AMC. All the apes are crazy. Meanwhile, the apes are creating this narrative off of actual data that we've been looking at for years now.
Oh, right.
And Adam Mayer and the regulators are going to give us some answers very soon here. They're simply not buying our shares when they matter most. There's nothing more to it. Every time we're about to break out on a trend, they just stop buying our shares. They fail.
Michael Burry is irrelevant.
Down to a lower low.
I don't give a fuck about Michael Burry.
They finally start buying our shares again to manipulate a new lower high. They will then likely use a hold as momentum picks up, shuffle our buys back out again, and do the same thing over and over again. But we're going to have to see who can hold on longer because the apes are not selling. A new tweet from Dave Lauer says, "Isn't this strange?" Before he joined with Citadel and Schwab to call for the SEC to withdraw the retail auction proposal, Michael B. the NYC was explaining in October 2022 how great auctions are and that they're a good solution for retail orders. So weird that he all of a sudden changed his mind here.
So weird. Yeah, so weird. Cinema World, not Cineworld? No, it's Cineworld. God damn, these people are fucking retarded. Okay. Well, I can't wait till the future's open. I think it's going to be an interesting one today. Not only in stocks, but in oil and other energy, as well as the bonds. So that is going to be interesting. Oh, Morant's Rants, his last AMC and BBBY video? Really? Really?
With equity through and through, direct ties.
Let's see what we got here.
Well, guys, we did it. Managed to make a video, connecting the dots, part 11, that basically gives Bed Bath & Beyond no way out of a good out. Like, there's no possible good outcome that's going to happen here.
We did it? We did it? What are you talking about? You didn't do shit.
Newell is private equity through and through. Direct ties to Apollo. Numerous executives on their boards are tied to Apollo companies, literally sitting on the board for Apollo.
Has to be, right?
As you can see, I just linked like an article somewhere in the Discord that showed that Leon Black, the creator of Apollo, and Carl Icahn have been in business together since 1984.
All right, cool. Man, okay, I watched this video earlier when I was doing something else.
Hey friends, welcome to Stock Team.
Hey friends.
We're talking about AMC stock. Today is Saturday.
This is not an April Fool's joke. This right here is not an April Fool's joke.
So basically what I want to point out right now, as of today, Saturday, Market Watch has the market cap of AMC stock listed at $7.3 billion. Now, we know there's been a lot of controversy on the market caps, how Robinhood had it listed at $420 billion, and then Market Watch had Ape with 93 billion shares listed, and now we have something new. Market Watch has AMC market cap at $7.3 billion. So what does
Somebody's got to be fucking with them on this.
Subscribe, add notifications, share the video with a friend. So what does that mean, friends? That means
Ron,
that technically,
you funny man.
If they're saying that's the market cap, it means one of two things potentially. The real price, they're saying it right now, AMC stock, if you do the calculations based on the market cap and the shares outstanding, 519.19 million shares outstanding. You take that and the 7.3 billion market cap, you divide them up, that's going to leave you at $14.06 per share as of right now. Based on that market cap, that's scenario one, based on what Market Watch is saying. It's $5.04 right now per share, but based on that market cap they have it listed at, we're at $14.06 per share.
Makes sense, yeah, makes sense.
Okay, so there is a second scenario. A second scenario would be that
So why don't we compare it to another data source like, I don't know, Fidelity? We'll see what Fidelity says. Market cap, small cap, 2.6 billion. Oh, dang it. All right. All right. 2.6 billion.
There really aren't 519.19 million shares in the float outstanding, shares outstanding. So really there would be closer to 1.5 billion, closer to 1.5 billion in that range if that 7.3 billion market cap is accurate according to MarketWatch, which would explain a lot, which would explain synthetics, it would explain to you how they can lower the price just by snapping their fingers without any sell orders. Because there's only supposed to be 519.19 million shares outstanding. Like I said, there's two scenarios based on that market cap, 7.3 billion market cap, one of two things.
Yeah, so he thinks that there should only be 519 million shares trading. And that's just not true. We've talked about many times before the difference between the float and positions, and that those are not one-to-one. So in other words, there can be more positions in the stock than there are shares in the float. They want to call that synthetic shares, but it's not. That's how it works when there's short selling in a stock. So it creates another long exposure to the stock. You don't own a unique share, though. More than one position can be held on one individual share. It's the same thing with money. Financial instruments are different than physical goods. And, you know, it's very simplistic to think that it would be one-to-one. That makes, in fact, it makes no sense. I don't know how you could actually believe that at this point. You know, if you claim to have been following this and doing quote unquote due diligence, it makes no sense.
Real share price is $14.06 per share, or there's 1.5 billion shares of AMC outstanding. Now, if that market cap's not accurate, why do they have it listed like that? It's been that way since early.
Oh, Donnie? Oh, sweet.
Is Adam Aaron and his hedge fund buddies going to get on the phone again and make them change it? The point is that the truth has been coming out.
That was really hurtful dig there. Wow, this guy's ruthless.
Multiple exchanges. MarketWatch doesn't care about AMC, whether they go up or down. They're not in business for getting involved with politics of hedge funds and short positions. MarketWatch has been around for the longest time, and their main duty in what they do is to report data. That's what they do. They report data and statistics. They're not in the business of falsifying information. Now, if a powerful person calls them and gets them on the phone or comes visits their leadership and they say, hey, I know you have the right numbers, but we need you to change it to X.
Okay, I mean, honestly, that's a fair point. MarketWatch is not in the business of falsifying data, but the reality is they get their data from somewhere else.
X, Y, and Z, and if you don't do it, we're going to do X, Y, and Z. Maybe they listened and maybe they changed it. And maybe that's how they got them to change APE. Because they had APE listed at 93 billion shares outstanding. It was that way for about 4 days. And then they changed it. And Adam Aaron himself said he was angry and he was going to use swear words and he was going to get them on the phone. But maybe it wasn't him on the phone. Maybe it was
swear words
buddies and those power players behind the scenes. And, you know, it's just a long, twisted thing. But look it up right now. Go on marketwatch.com. I encourage you to do it yourself. Take a look at the market cap of AMC stock. And then look on your broker. It's going to be less. Go on Robinhood, go on Webull, go on TD Ameritrade, and you're going to see it's a lot less. It's probably some in the range of...
Not on Fidelity. Why is it not less on Fidelity? Or why is it less on Fidelity?
So why does MarketWatch have it listed this way?
Well, because
I know
they
why.
suck.
You know why. The truth is coming out. So here we are.
Wait. He knows why? Did he say why? Why? What is the why there? He said he knows why. We all know why. Well, what is the why? I don't know why.
Is April 1st.
Wow.
The court hearing is, I think, April 27th, in that range. I'm just going by memory. I just know it's right around that range. Be ready, friends, because if she votes that APE's illegal, it's going to shock the world. We're going to see a massive short squeeze MOAS of AMC stock.
Right.
And hopefully we'll have time to get out of APE. I'm also hoping, too, that somehow we get some kind of class action.
Nope. You're going to end up just like the MMTLP folks, trapped with no way out. You're going to be writing letters to FINRA, asking them to give you just 2 days of trading is all we need. Just give us 2 days to trade this illegal stock. And they'll probably do it, because they care.
Settlement for owning APE the way they did us dirty from the beginning with APE, and they forced it on us and all that. But that's just a hope. But our main play is AMC. We're all looking for the AMC short squeeze, right? Hit like, subscribe, and notifications. Share the video with a friend. Comment some bullish news.
All right. Comments, some bullish news. Round of applause for Mr. Stocks and Crypto Plays.
This is not financial advice, not legal advice, for entertainment education.
Now we get down to the real information here. Okay, this is it.
Only anything I say is my opinion. Please don't make any financial decision based on anything I say in these videos. That being said, hit the like button, subscribe button, all that YouTube algorithm stuff, so you get the videos I put them out. See what I'm thinking, see I'm analyzing that data. But like I tell you,
every day the data research is false, false in the market, so we can make bad trading decisions. Listen.
Adam Aron has been sending out some very aggressive tweets. He seems to be upset about the market cap that a lot of these websites have been putting out. And he also seems to be very upset about something that was not exposed, something that was placed on the Benzinga website. They said that Amazon had purchased AMC, which we all know to be totally incorrect because I didn't vote towards that, and I know none of you voted towards that. And we have to remember, Adam Aron cannot sell AMC to anybody without the input of the retail investors because we own a majority of the shares. Okay? So when they tell you they're doing this, they're doing that, they need our input. They need our input unless they do some illegal stuff. Unless they do some totally illegal, off-the-cuff stuff, they need our input.
Well, they've been doing all this illegal stuff already, so what's to stop them now? But they, in this case, I think, refers to AMC or the executive or the board. How interesting is that? They, in this case, refers to AMC. Funny.
Now, here's the thing. Adam Aron has said before he was upset about the threshold list.
No, it's not funny. It's absolutely fascinating. It's what it is. That's what it is.
He said that he was making some inquiries. He never gave us any proof that he sent any inquiries to any regulatory agency concerning the threshold list. And as far as sending out tweets, I mean, those tweets are for us. Those tweets are for us. If he really wanted to protest against the market cap, which he says is incorrect, but I believe is probably correct when you take into consideration.
No, Len, it's not. It's not possible to be more wrong than this guy. Period. It's not.
Those billions of counterfeit shares that I know that Mike Didi tells me was
the billions of counterfeit shares get your stock price up to $14. Congratulations.
Sold into the market by the bad actors. Why doesn't he show his proof in a letter or some type of confirmation that he contacted the regulatory agencies about the threshold list? Why hasn't he given us any confirmation that he officially complained about the market cap? He hasn't. He
doesn't have to.
And that tells me that the tweets are for us. The tweets are to pacify us. I don't believe he's done absolutely anything about the threshold list. I don't think he's done anything about the market cap because he knows that there are billions of counterfeit AMC shares out there. I mean, the only person who doesn't know that there are billions of counterfeit AMC shares out there is the people who don't want to know or the people who benefit from the fact.
But he point blank said that there's no credible evidence for that. So, how in the fuck does Donnie say that he knows that they're counterfeit shares? That makes no sense.
That we should know that there's billions of AMC counterfeit shares out there. If Adam Aaron is really for the retail investors, he shouldn't just tweet. He shouldn't just tweet. He should tweet
Oh my God.
copies of the letters and the emails he sent to these regulatory agencies, or to Benzinga, or to FINRA, or to SEC, or to Fintel, or to Ortex. I mean, if Adam Aaron is so appalled and upset by what these people are doing, why hasn't he made it official? Tweeting doesn't make it official. Tweeting is just to pacify the retail investors. Anyway, leave some comments. Tell me what you think. Do you think Adam Aaron is really appalled by the threshold list, by the market cap, or by Benzinga?
Benzinga. Wow, look at all this crap from today. But here he is.
This is not financial advice, not legal advice. I'm forced now to the market so we can make bad trading decisions.
Listen.
Adam Aaron's been tweeting.
Oh, he didn't say listen. He didn't say listen. Oh my God, but he did smack his lips.
Forced now to the market so we can make bad trading decisions. Adam Aaron's been tweeting away.
Christ,
tweeting
what a
away.
Fucking slob.
He said that we broke records for the most concession sales in a weekend, and then he tweeted that we broke another record, the most concession sales in a day. And these are great catalysts for AMC. I mean, we're making money hand over fist. We're breaking records. So why are we still in debt? We've had
$1
billion.
Well, all you have to do is look at the balance sheet. You have to look at the financial statement. Why are you still in debt, though? You're selling a lot of popcorn.
Movies, $1 billion in ticket sales, and we know that the profit on the concessions is way higher than the profits
you don't say.
on movie tickets. Because, I mean, how much does it really cost for a tub of popcorn? 20 cents? And you sell it for $10? How much does soda cost you? 20 cents? You sell it for $5, $6? So the profit margin on the concessions is a whole lot higher than the profit on movie tickets. So therefore, there has to be billions of dollars in profit. Where's this money going?
Billions in profit? Jesus fucking Christ. Okay.
And here's the other thing. You claim that there are no counterfeit shares. You claim that there are no counterfeit shares. There's no evidence of it. But with all these positive catalysts, and you see that there are more buys than sells, why isn't the price of AMC going up?
More buys than sells? I don't see that.
Adam Aaron. Why? We have all these positive catalysts. We're breaking records all over the place. And we're breaking records in concession sales where the profit is through the roof. Yet, the price of AMC doesn't go up. But you say that there's no fraud and manipulation in the market when it comes to AMC. The evidence of fraud and manipulation is entirely overwhelming. Anybody who doesn't see it, rather, is because they don't want to see it, because they close their eyes to the fraud and corruption. As far as I'm concerned, based on all the evidence I've seen over the last 2 years, the evidence is overwhelming of fraud and corruption in AMC and GME and a lot of the MEM stocks. You can tell by the threshold list, you can tell by the failed to deliver, you can tell by the dark pool volume, you can tell by all the spoofing, all the washing, and all the other things that they do to suppress the price. And right now, we have our CEO
spoofing. Oh, yeah, spoofing. That's what they do.
Tweeting that we're breaking records, yet the stock doesn't move. But he claims there's no manipulation. There's no fraud. Anyway, please leave some comments. Tell me what you think.
Okay, yeah, what are you going to do about it? What is this fucking sloth going to do about it? Okay, check this out. This is from the SEC. Well, okay, it's from the actual It's from the AMC press release, but it's on the SEC's EDGAR system. So quarter ended December 31st, 2022. Let me make this bigger. Revenues, food and beverage, 331 million. Operating costs, food and beverage costs, 62.9 million. There it is. That's what he was asking for, right? There's that. Here's the cost. I don't know why I had this highlighted. Oh, operating loss. I had that highlighted before. So, yeah. Now this is for last fourth quarter. First quarter of this year just ended, so we won't have that for a minute, but yeah. And oh yeah, I know why I had that highlighted, because I had this highlight here. The net loss per share was actually 26 cents. They reported the adjusted diluted loss per share because it looks better. So anyway, and attendance was down 16.9% year over year in the fourth quarter of 2022 from 2021. So yeah, I don't know. Adam Aaron just dropped a bombshell. Oh, fuck.
Holy cannoli, Adam Aaron just dropped the bombshell on us.
He did.
Hello, beautiful people. Shalom, money makers. I want to talk to you guys about the stock market and about AMC stock. What is going on? Holy moly. All I ask is that you give me a beautiful smile. Smishity smash that price said. I'm just stock market is going to go up as well. This is what AMC's price is going. You smash the like button a lot and this video gets 1,000 likes. AMC's price is going to go to the moon and the stock market is going to go up as well. This is what the scientists
Well,
said.
we know that won't happen.
I'm just relaying you the message. Just joking, just joking. And now let's do the dance into it.
What is he doing making a video on Passover weekend? Holy fuck.
Mess that up.
I didn't think he was supposed to use any technology.
Right. Let's get into it.
Fuck your intro.
Bad, opening, which I messed up.
Where's
here? This
I don't care about this.
Of the uptrend up to this level.
Where's Adam Aaron?
Talking about we could see key events, interesting things that are going to play out this week. Key events, ISM manufacturing. So
I know it's got to be the food and beverage, whatever. Here it is.
So before we get to Adam's rampage, right, that he tweeted about, this was from a day or two ago. He said, "Holy cannoli!" Like he must be listening to my videos. The records keep falling for food and beverage spending per patron at AMC US theaters. Recently, AMC set the record for the best week ever.
Why did he say the records keep falling? That's such a weird way to put that. Oh yeah, you mean you keep breaking the record? The records keep falling.
Our 103-year history. Then later this, the best weekend ever. Last night, March 30th, was the highest such day ever. Such great news. And did the stock market look at this and say anything? No. And that just tells you how AMC is being manipulated. It was good. Did the stock market look at
well,
this?
I mean, there is also the didn't this come out on Friday? Yeah, March 31st. So and again, you know, does the stock reflect current activities or does it reflect future expectations discounted to today? So why would it react to this?
No. And that just tells you how AMC is being manipulated. It was good. But AMC ended up finishing over 5. It was the battle of 501, right? It was able to finish over 5. But that's not really significant. Only, you know, if you were trading options, then that mattered to you because then the $5 option contracts were in the money.
It doesn't make any difference.
You might think to yourself, wait, it's, you know, food and beverage is how AMC makes most of its money. And the CEO comes
that
out
true?
and says, hey, we just had our best.
I mean, not according to this. I mean, it depends on if you're talking about revenue or, you know, net profit, I guess. But yeah, anyway.
Day ever. And the market was like, right? Right? If Apple would have come out and said,
okay, it was actually tweeted at 2:44 p.m. on Friday, Eastern time. I don't know what time zone he's in, somewhere in Europe.
Hey, we just sold our most ever iPhones in a day, you'd probably see Apple stock moving, right? And see a 3% pop. But AMC CEO does that and nothing.
Well, there's a straw man argument, speculation.
Because we have 200 million AMC shares on loan. We have 25% short interest. The CTB min jumped to 322%, right? Meaning that there's no shares out there. And this could be significant. And we'll talk about what Adam said. Last time this happened, AMC had that day where suddenly the Amazon story came back, right? And we'll talk about that.
Look at the short interest value estimate is only $644 million. Look at that. That's crazy. With this many shares shorted or borrowed, or on loan, I guess, it's because the price is so low.
And the night before, I said, hey, I think AMC was going to see a nice pop tomorrow. And that's what we saw. It jumped up again. So it'll be interesting to see tomorrow morning what this number is. But if it continues to be this high and it doesn't drop down to zero like it was on Thursday, then this could be significant. And, you know, of course, if there's synthetic shares, if naked shorting and things like that, potentially, that's why we're seeing the price being suppressed. Now, Adam went on a rampage Twitter threads here, right? Said update number 1. 1 week later, so he tweeted this last week about Market Watch that had correctly showing 93.79 billion.
Yeah, we see all that. We see all that. We already talked about all this shit. Yeah, we already saw all this crap. Oh, futures. Son of a fucking bitch. Here we go. All right. So, interesting. All right.
This is what happens when you work to change things. And first they think you're crazy, then they fight you, and then all of a sudden you change the world.
Okay, so we got stocks down about 0.2%. NASDAQ's down 0.35%. Crude oil is up. Bad back. Crude opened almost 7.3% higher, $5.49 higher currently, $5.65 higher. Natural gas is down 7%. Look at that, offsetting. Gasoline futures up just shy of 5%. The VIX is up. VIX futures are up about 0.9%. We've got the bonds taking a shit, seemingly here, and the dollar, of course, is also up. So, yeah. Now, also, let's keep in mind that we have a short trading week this upcoming week. So there is no market trading on Friday, the 8th, 7th of April, April 7th, Friday. This coming Friday, the market's closed for Good Friday. Good Friday, the death of our Lord and Savior, Jesus Christ. Friday, the market's closed. So we have a short week. Now, we're going to see where this goes here. I was kind of hoping actually for a gap up on the stock futures, gap up and massive crap. So gap and crap tomorrow. But, you know, we take what we can get. Let's see here. Let's see other items that are not on these charts that I'll flip back over to TradingView for. Bitcoin is now down about 1.7% on the day. Ethereum is down 1.9% on the day. Doge is down 3.14% on the day. XRP, however, is up 2.33% on the day. Interesting. Now, I think we'll see some shenanigans, so I'm not getting excited yet, but rates are going up, so the bonds make sense. It's like the market doesn't want to believe that, I guess, or something. We're going to war. War, what is it good for? Capitalism, indeed. Let's see here. $30-year bonds. Let's see. We have, yeah, five-year treasuries down. All the bonds are down. 2 years. 30-day. 30-day. 10-year. Now, one that I don't have on here anymore is the Russell. And it's actually, so we got the Dow down here, the NASDAQ, and the SPY, the S&P futures. Pop over to the trade tab and see what's going on here with the options on said futures. So on the NQ or the NASDAQ futures. So this is going to be from Friday still. Okay. Sorry, Avi, whatever.
Crazy strong. I don't have the yield curve on right now.
Let's go back here and see what they said.
I know they came out with numbers.
Well, the stock thought it was good.
Well, the stock thought it was good on Friday, but the numbers didn't come out till Saturday. Every day the NASDAQ was first, for
one back here a little bit.
Well, 47.
Yeah.
I'm a little bit short crude oil, which I'm not proud of right now. Anyway, Russell's unchanged tonight, and the Dow and the NASDAQ's down 50, almost 47.
Yeah.
But there was, anytime you got short last week, you did not get paid.
No.
If you look at the market last week, we were up every single day, and vol was down every single day, and it was like just a little bit of a bloodbath for the for people playing in that direction.
Yeah, it was one direction, as you said, for sure.
Yep. So,
and you do have the Russell unchanged and the Dow up right now with even the S&Ps and the NASDAQ lower.
Yeah, they were playing tag every day. Every day that spread was going, every day the NASDAQ was, first day the NASDAQ was strong, the next day the NASDAQ was weak relative to the Russell. The next day the NASDAQ was really strong. Next day the Russell was stronger. Then on Friday the NASDAQ was, was super strong. But other than those moves, and I think also on Friday there was a crazy strong move in Tesla. I know they came out with some numbers over the weekend. Like, I don't know if it was good or bad. I know they came out with numbers.
Well, the stock thought it was good.
Well, the stock thought it was good on Friday, but the numbers didn't come out till Saturday.
Right. No, I know. But I mean, the stock was anticipating. It went straight. Well, here, I had the Russell NASDAQ up here. I just wanted to show you.
Yeah, it's right down near the low, but it didn't make a new low.
Yep. And also, how did your bond pair trade? I don't think that worked out at all, right?
Which one do you mean? The yield curve?
Yeah.
No, the bonds were crazy strong. I don't have the yield curve on right now, but the bond premium got annihilated last week. You can see it on the bottom of your chart right there.
Yep.
So all we are in the bonds is short premium, and where are bonds tonight? They're down 11.
They're down 11 right now, but trading near their lows, down 11.
Yeah, but they had a strong week. The bonds rallied all week, and so listen, it was a good week for tasty traders because it was a good week to be short premium across the board. Anything you were short, whether it was bond premium, whether it was equity premium, index premium, it was a horrible week if you were trying to trade zero DT options.
Yeah, because everything went outside the expected move.
Everything went outside the expected move to the upside, and the prices, because of how low volatility was last week, the prices for all the butterflies were double.
They had to be high. Remember, we were looking at them.
Yeah. What was when before you left? The butterflies were $4 to $5, right? The $30 wides.
Yeah.
And last week they were 10.
Right. Unbelievable.
They doubled in price.
Yeah.
And they went outside the move.
Right.
So it was a double whammy.
Right. Paying up because volatility is getting crushed. Those get expensive because the expected move is so much tighter. It's expected to be inside that range, so they're higher price to begin with. And when they move out, obviously, everybody knows what that does if you're trying to play for expected move.
Yeah.
No bueno.
All right. So we got a little change of pace tonight. Pete is on the road. And,
I know. I tag teamed with him on the I-75. He's driving.
You did not tag team with him tonight.
Oh, I know.
We were meeting and we were playing.
Jay Keenahan out.
All right. Good enough. All right. Switching back over here. So we got natural gas trying to make a comeback here. Oil's holding at about 7% up, right around $81 a barrel. The dollar is pushing up. Of course, that's pushing the equities down, and bonds as well are down. So volatility now, volatility futures now at 21 on the VX. Let's see here. Oops. There's my, oops. Okay. So let's see here. So let's see. Friday, this was the narrative. Let me pull this up here. So by the way, now we have Bitcoin down about 1.9%. We have Ethereum down 2.05% on the day. So Friday, this was the narrative. Inflation data spurs stocks rally, drop in U.S. yields. This is on Reuters from Friday, the end of the day. In U.S. inflation cools in February. 2-year treasury yield set for biggest monthly drop since 2008. S&P 500 records back-to-back quarterly gains. Gauge of global stocks was on its course for the biggest weekly percentage gain in 4.5 months on Friday, with the 2-year U.S. Treasury yield set for its first quarterly decline in the past 9 months, as U.S. inflation data fueled hopes the Federal Reserve may be reaching the end of its rate hiking cycle. U.S. consumer spending rose moderately in February, and while inflation cooled, it remained elevated enough to possibly allow the Federal Reserve to raise rates one more time this year. Inflation and personal consumption expenditure PCE index Slowed to 5% in February, the lowest since September 2021, but still above the 2% target. Additional data showed U.S. consumer sentiment fell for the first time in 4 months in February on concerns of an impending recession, although the impact of the recent banking crisis was muted. Expectations for a 25 basis point hike in May dipped to about 50%, with no hike seen to be just as likely. Well, we're going to check that out here in a second. On Wall Street, U.S. stocks rose with the S&P 500 set to notch its second straight quarterly advance. NASDAQ up 16.8% in the first quarter. Wow. Amazing recovery. European shares were higher. Expectations the Fed may be nearing the end of its rate hiking cycle have helped send U.S. Treasury yields lower. Oil prices were higher on the session to record their second straight weekly advance. Well, that was a nice prelude. All right. Now, let's go to the Fed Fund futures. And it looks like you got 53.3% chance of a 25 basis point hike, 46.7% of no hike or of a pause. So there's that. As long as they have a risk management department and they actually did their job, Lynn. So we also have the OPEC surprise cuts. Actually, we got that right here on Bloomberg. OPEC makes shocked million barrel cut and new inflation risk. So OPEC Plus announced a surprise oil production cut of more than 1 million barrels a day. Let's see. The initial impact of the cuts starting next month will add up to about 1.1 million barrels a day from July. Due to the extension of Russia's existing supply reduction, there will be about 1.6 million barrels a day less crude on the market than previously expected. Let's see. Riyadh said on Sunday the cuts were a precautionary measure aimed at supporting the stability of the oil market. Hope they refilled the U.S. strategic reserves when the price was low. Oil stabilized. Okay. Still, the move will have surprised the market. All 14 traders and analysts polled last week by Bloomberg predicted no change. They were taking their lead from Saudi Energy Minister Prince Abdulaziz bin Salman, who said last month that the current OPEC Plus production targets are, quote, here to stay for the rest of the year, period. Yeah. From time to time, the prince has delighted in wrong-footing speculators with unexpected supply changes. During one such intervention, he warned that short sellers would be, quote, ouching like hell. And crude bears, this latest move may be similarly painful. Okay. Okay. So the AMC landscape today seems to be dominated by Benji, Zane Investing, and a bunch of other crap channels. Let's see here. So just a kind of a reminder of where the dollar was. Let's go out even further. So here's the beginning of 2023. Here's the beginning of 2022. And the beginning of 2021. So we got, this is 2020 back here. So I don't know why this is here. So we had the dollar peak out at 114.778. That was in September, end of September of last year. And actually we could put on here a, actually let's do Harrison line on the SPY or the SPX. So we can see that inverse correlation there. Of course, when we get into a recessionary environment, we'll probably see this correlation change. In other words, it probably won't be as inversely related, and that will also change the correlation between the dollar and equities. We got all kinds of notifications coming in here. Come on in, Lynn. The water is fine. Oh boy, you're gonna corrupt her. Some rocket emojis. Now be careful with those. You might get sued. You might get sued. I mean, I can't even find another video that's even worth looking at. What's Lou got out today? Pretty bad when I have to go look at Lou's channel. All right, here we go. AMC Sunday Talk.
What's going on, everybody? Hello. All right, I got to take care of a couple of things today, but just wanted to. I'll go through this way. Special human in my life today is her birthday, so I'm gonna go take care of that today.
Mom's birthday.
So I'm gonna be a little bit out of the loop, but I wanted to point this out. Remember back in the days, I said there's a possibility that they're fucking around like this in GameStop and all the other plays because they're acting like all this is gonna break and money's gonna be worthless. So who gives a fuck? Well, I told you that the quant system went online. We know the digital dollar is basically going to be flooding bank accounts.
Digital dollar.
Is it possible that at the end of the day, what I saw back then was correct? They don't give a fuck in the end if they have to pay us, because technically speaking, you can't get that money out of the bank. Remember, I'm the guy that said that to you? Remember I told you? Make 20 million, go to the bank and tell them you want your money back. They're gonna go like that to you. So
who would do that?
Here's the deal. We're now in the era where they could backstop the bank accounts with digital currency.
What?
So all I'm trying to say
what the fuck is he talking about?
We're in a time frame that technically speaking now in April, they could afford to pay us because, let's face it, money's worthless. Look, I'm going to give you guys a laugh. The cage was over there. Where I was supposed to be kept was over there. Night and day difference, but whatever. Let me go down this street here. I know people
says he has a Tesla.
It's not possible. No, it's very possible. Think about it. As it is right now, if things run out of control, and people got to make payments back and forth, there is no liquidity out there. But guess what? Now there is liquidity because now we're in April, the new system went in, and they can move digital coin back and forth. And remember the capital markets?
Back and forth.
They were the first ones that were gonna have that. Should be interesting this week because I'll take you motherfuckers for the rest of the war. Normal stuff.
His Tesla must be in for service.
It's like the National Park District, you know. I used to live in this neighborhood for years. That's an angry looking soldier. Nice young people. Now, just got to go a little bit over here, make a right turn, and be done. So listen, just think about it like this. Let's say AMC runs and people are short for cash as far as the shorters, the funds. Well, remember the idea that now those coins on those sides, I mean, Morgan has a coin, they're like giant IOU certificates. It's no
IOUs.
It's not like you're going to be able to go to the bank and take it out. Did we finally get here where AMC actually met the beginning of the chicken apocalypse? You know, when I used to say that back then, people thought I was crazy. But you can't say I'm crazy anymore when I said they're going to use digital dollar. At the end of the day, they're going to flood our bank accounts with digital money if we're lucky to get our, you know, our run. Now, there is no shares, but technically speaking, the US dollar could become pretty worthless in the next couple of days. So, I don't know. It's another museum over there. It's a quiet neighborhood. I used to live here for years because it was just that type of place. Which, over here. You got the aquarium. I think they got some trapped whale in there. Who knows? Well, either way, at the end of the day, if you think about it, you got synthetic shares. Now you're going to have synthetic dollars. And when it's all said and done, it's going to be a synthetic stock. If you think about it, you got synthetic shares. Now you're going to have synthetic dollars.
Synthetic dollars. Because dollars are already so real.
All said and done, it's going to be a synthetic stock market. I know some people are telling me to look at a couple of other stocks, and I'm totally for it. I just know that some people have to get out of this play with some money before they turn around and go anywhere else. So, you know, it's up to you guys if you guys want to hit another play and combine together. But I don't know. I don't think right now people in AMC and Ape got the funds to move.
You think?
AMC and Ape,
they won't have the funds
it's only
to move.
a couple of more days. What do we got? 25 more days? 25 more days and it's over. There is no AMC and Ape. But interesting.
Yep. See, he must have watched my video where I said that that's the end.
Popcorn's trying to have like his legacy, like the greatest CEO ever.
Yeah, right.
It's funny, he's a CEO that had a company, the stock was at 72 and went from 72 down to $4. I mean,
should have never been at 72 though.
The company into debt even before the lockdowns.
True.
Had the stock go up to 72 because of us, and then all the way down to nothing. Yeah, but he wants to sell you a blanket. In fact, people have to pay for bigger seating. Well, you know what? It's not that. Where you want to be located at, that's where you have to. That's where you have to pay more for prime seating. You can't even make this shit up. But that's it. I'm coming to my destination, National Library, and that is pretty much it. So all I can say is this week, prepare for anything, because technically speaking, we're in the world of digital dollar and nothing makes any sense anymore. Great Spaniard restaurant, Gallego. The old guy here, he's a sweetheart.
Okay, that's nice. I just remember this.
You know something? Like, for real. Little D's, you better get ready for navigating this, because they didn't teach this in Harvard. Get ready for this, motherfucker, because this is the Depression 2.0. This is the digital depression. This is going to be so fucked up, it's not even going to be funny.
The digital depression. That was in July. That was the end of July 2022 when he said this.
How much has almond milk?
Oops.
You know something? Like, for real. Little D's, you better get ready for navigating this, because they didn't teach this in Harvard. Get ready for this, motherfucker, because this is the Depression 2.0. This is the digital depression. This is going to be so fucked up, it's not even going to be funny. How much has almond milk taken you down on the evolutional scale? Like, dude, like, fucking, come on. I'll say this again. In a country or world where everybody had a luxury car, everybody had a beautiful home, everybody went on vacation, everybody lived the life of whatever they wanted. You want sushi today? You want steak tomorrow? You want both today? That don't even make any sense. You had dumb people going to college. I don't know what
You got dumb people going to college.
I'm gonna do. I just, maybe when I'm gonna go after my PhD and you're taking out these massive loans. Once you get it, everything has been fake like the Matrix, and now everything is collapsing. I'll put one out there. If the average American didn't rely on his credit cards, they would already be fucking living on the street hunting fucking Luna's cousins.
Well, I don't use credit cards. So anyway. All right. So let's flip back over here. And we see the same trend pretty much holding. Yeah. Yay. I was looking into his claims about the digital dollar, and I did find this from a couple weeks ago, week or so ago, I guess. Hold on one second. Well, nothing apparently. Okay. Oh, here we go. Little D's, you better get ready for this because they didn't teach this in Harvard. Ooh. Right. Okay. Ron DeSantis proposes law to ban a centralized digital dollar in Florida. President Biden signed an executive order in 2022 to research a central bank digital currency, but the U.S. government has not stated any plans to create one. This is from the 24th. Was updated on the 24th. DeSantis is proposing a new law for his state that would preemptively ban the use of a central bank digital currency. I'm not quite sure that they have the authority to do that. I'm not sure, because states don't have yeah, no, I don't know. Maybe it'll actually address this in here, but it's probably performative. The U.S. government has not created a CBDC and has not stated any plans to do so. The Federal Reserve does not intend to proceed with the issuance of a CBDC without clear support from the executive branch and from Congress, ideally in the form of a specific authorizing law. The Federal Reserve's website reads. Okay. Now, also, I found this. This is from some crypto tard website. The new Tesla Air. Nice. Lou trying to make his own version of a bank run since the other one fizzled out. Could be. So this is an op-ed from cryptoslate.com from today. How to resist CBDCs and avert a dystopian future, by this guy, Samuel Wan. He looks like the kind of guy that I would want to go to for that. So that's Samuel Wan, and there's some of his articles. Stopping CBDCs requires each of us to stand up and do our part. The likelihood of that happening is low. Okay. CBDCs are similar to decentralized cryptocurrencies such as Bitcoin, except they centralize power and influence into a single entity whose objectives may not match yours or mine. So, in other words, they are not similar to decentralized cryptocurrencies because they are centralized. Recent months have seen an acceleration in CBDC development in conjunction with numerous political blunders coming to light, including the mishandling of the health crisis. A hostile narrative towards them has emerged. What are they talking about? Well, CBDC, this is from yesterday. Today. The health crisis? Okay. While CBDC advocates tout benefits such as better financial inclusion and greater efficiency, concerns about the potential threat to personal sovereignty aren't going away. Okay. All right. Problem with CBDC. Speaking on Fox News, investment banker and former U.S. government official Catherine Fitz detailed a scathing account of CBDCs, calling their implementation, quote, the last shutting of the gate. Sounds like a Fox News soundbite to me. Fitz spoke of a general ignorance toward the issue, namely how many are sleepwalking to a system where assets become central banks' assets, thus rendering citizens extensions of the state. How is that any different from how things are right now? We have a fiat currency system. Okay, that's Fox News propaganda. Under a CBDC system, authorities can potentially control an individual's spending. Examples include blocking specific purchases or merchants, limiting spending and transfer amounts. They already do this on those welfare cards. You can't buy certain things, and even imposing expiry dates on the money. As such, CBDCs are not currencies. Instead, they are a, quote, financial transaction control grid. She concluded that we cannot let propaganda persuade us that CBDCs are convenient or needed. Okay. Talking about the digital pound, the digital yuan, social credit system. Game over for freedom. Numerous notable individuals voiced unease over a coordinated attack on the crypto industry via the banking system, aka Operation Choke Point 2.0. Although the program is not directly linked to the push towards CBDCs, in other words, it has nothing to do with it, former Coinbase CTO Balaji Srinivasan has no doubt the two are related. Very apish. In a March tweet, he said that the upcoming FedNow payment system is a precursor to the American CBDC system. That must be what Lou is talking about, FedNow payment system. Okay, then. Fighting back. All right. So, yeah. We got any comments on this? No, I guess not. Okay. Ted Cruz and Ron DeSantis confront the digital dollar, the law decoded. This is from some Cryptosaurus network. Now, if they went to this system, how would they ban it in one state? That makes no sense. That would be incredibly regressive. Protects financial privacy, maintain dollar dominance, and cultivate innovation. Okay. Tighter crypto regulation from the G7. All right. Texas is trying to limit Bitcoin miners. Oh, to protect Bitcoin miners. I'm sorry. Welcome the Bitcoin economy to the state. great. That's just fantastic. Okay. Okay. Cool. All right. Well, we got a new video. Oops. Shit. Coming out. Lottery Stocks is throwing his nickel on the grass here.
Now,
Let's
this
see what he's
crash
got to
is
say.
crazy. Just wait for it. No, but seriously, this is exactly what we thought the U.S.
You fucking cock tease. You little cock tease.
economy would have done by now, and you're still seeing the S&P 500 have major rips all the way up to 409.39. So in today's video, I want to justify or kind of clarify why this is sustainable or why it's not sustainable and what is happening to the US economy as a whole. And then towards the end of the video, of course, we will touch a little bit on AMC because we like to talk about that on this channel. But let's get into it. All I ask you guys to do is hit the like button, hit the subscribe button. Let's get into it. Total US debt.
That's what I've found too, Model 3 dude.
All the way up to 2022, we're sitting at 31.5 trillion. On an inflation adjusted basis, it took the US 224 years to hit 10 trillion in debt. In the last 20 years alone, over 21 trillion in debt has been added. Meanwhile, US debt is expected to hit 51 trillion by 2033, adding another 20 trillion in 10 years. Debt crisis is an understatement, as the US will begin defaulting if the debt ceiling is not raised by July. Default would result in 5 million jobs lost with a 5% decline in GDP.
That would be great.
Failure to raise the debt ceiling would be catastrophic. Plus, most US banks are technically near insolvency and hundreds are already fully insolvent. Following up the debt crisis and bank insolvency, US Fed said
he's painting a pretty doomy gloomy picture here.
System through emergency loan program. And this is the exact same thing that they did for Citadel in the $200 million bank bailout of 2008, which is now currently ruining people's lives, and they're doing it again today. Now, I don't read a lot of books, and I haven't read a lot of books in my lifetime, but there is...
Well, that's no fucking surprise. Who is surprised by that fucking statement? Yeah, it's clear that you don't fucking read. Jesus goddamn Christ.
There's one good book that I did read, and it's called Rich Dad, Poor Dad.
Oh, yeah, that one. Oh, my God. Oh, my God. Okay.
The author of this book has just announced that the biggest
guy
that is going to
Robert Kiyosaki. Yeah.
Collapse, according to
it makes sense that this fucking grifter would like Robert Kiyosaki.
Is the Bank of Japan. And
Jesus
Japan has
Christ.
just broke US allies and turned to Russia oil at a price above cap. And China and Brazil have reached a deal to trade in their own currencies, ditching the US dollar as an intermediary. Under this tweet, it says Joe Biden has killed the US dollar. What do you guys think? Do you think it is Joe Biden's fault? Do you think he had a little bit of a role to play? And do you think the US dollar is actually killed? Not only them, India to settle trade in Indian rupees with certain countries instead of US dollars, and even Elon Musk thinks that US policy has been too heavy-handed, in quotes, making countries want to ditch the US dollar. Now, we have the US at the default ceiling. Most of our bonds owed by Japan and China, I believe, which they can sell off at any moment, crushing the bond market and crushing values. We have countries switching for oils, and we also have countries switching just to gold.
Makes sense that Kiyosaki would come out of the woodwork now. We're probably about to see housing prices move because that's what he did in 06 and 07 with all of his seminars for Rich Dad, Poor Dad, promoting real estate as a sound investment. I'm just looking at his Wikipedia entry here.
Against the power of the US dollar. Why is the S&P 500 sustainable right now? On top of that, you have the entire bank crisis happening, and let's not forget one of the most major sectors in this entire space, in the entire economy, the housing market. The median home sales value by each state is absolutely nuts. Currently, where I'm sitting, $545,000 for Massachusetts, Hawaii $835,000, California $719,000 for the average home price, Washington $553,000, Colorado $530,000, Utah, New Jersey, Idaho, Oregon, New Hampshire, Montana, Nevada, Arizona, New York, Florida, basically all sitting around $400,000 $400,000 for an average home value. Meanwhile, the median home sales in the United States is up over 45% in 3 years to $468,000. Now, just a little sprinkle on top to add to the banks.
What is the point here?
People getting laid off. UBS to reportedly fire up to 36,000 employees after Credit Suisse takeover, which is not a good sign, seeing that Credit Suisse only had about 50,000 employees just to start. And before I give you what's to come next week, I want to give you a weekly recap. Saudi Arabia enters trade alliance with China, Russia, India, Pakistan, and 4 Central Asian nations to step further away from the reliance on the US dollar. China and France complete first LNG gas.
Good.
President and US.
We don't need a recap.
Next week. Make sure to join the Discord linked on PMI Wednesday as well. Thursday, the jobless claims report, and we have a 4-day week this week as Good Friday. Theaters continue to have another great weekend as John Wick 4 now surpasses 122 million domestically, and Dungeons and Dragons debuts producing 40 million domestically.
Oh, 40 million. Wow.
Q1 finished very strong as cumulative gross exceeded 1.7 billion. And Adam Aaron just tweeted on the updates.
Saw this too.
As income is on our alien air. Get these. Retail is freaking out. It's the checking blue sheet data of MMTLP.
Oh, here we go. Here we go.
Retail is freaking to halt the implementation of new proposals aimed at revolutionizing stock trading. And FINRA admits to checking blue sheet data of MMTLP on December 5th, and they also pre-planned the U3 halt prior to the corporate action and allegedly notified hedge funds and insiders before the drop from $7 to $2.90. Well, guys, that's what I got for you for today's video. Hopefully you enjoyed watching or found value out of the video. I love you all. Lottery sucks.
That was very informative. Okay. What in the hell? He didn't even say the stock market was going to collapse. I mean, all right. $101 order for Ape. Okay.
Hey guys, welcome back to another video. In today's video, we are going to be looking at AMC Entertainment, ticker symbol AMC. And
oh, you don't say.
In today's video, we are going to be talking about the Ape order for $101, Max Payne at $5, and how AMC is growing, and many more in this video. So make sure you guys watch until the very end. We're going to be quickly taking a look at the chart first for AMC. For those of you who didn't watch the previous video, essentially we closed at 501, which is just 0.01 above the Max Payne, which we'll be talking about later on. But for AMC,
0.01, also known as 1 cent,
of resistance at 505 and 518. We closed above the previous week close, so this was a very good close for AMC. When we take a look at Ape, on the other hand, it was also a very good close where we ended last week very nicely. We were up 5% at 147. We're trying to contest a zone of 140.
Who fucking cares? Like 5% on a $1.50 stock? Are you kidding me?
And 154.
What the fuck?
Obviously, we need to break above that to see Ape.
Peter, have a good one. Thanks for being around, sticking around.
Movement. Now, a more detailed video of what I'm expecting next week and what to expect for next week will be out on the Sunday Outlook video later on during the day. But let's take a look at some of the news today. Now, the first thing I want to be covering is this particular screenshot you can see, and this is for Ape. And what we can see here is the 101.46. circled. Now, people have been talking about how this is obviously an order of 401.46. I do want to clarify this by saying that this is because there are sell orders going in for 20,000, 2,800, and it's taking the average between the buy orders and the sell orders and meeting in the middle of 101.46. So this doesn't mean that people are actually buying shares, at least not showing up of people buying shares of Ape at 101.46. We have talked in the past before, and we have seen in the past before, whether it's in a dark pool, whether it's in the filings, that AMC have been bought in at $5, at $6, at $10, $14, even $40, etc. before in the past. And so
no, you haven't.
In this case of 101.46, it's because it's in the middle of 1.21 and 20,000. So I do
that's not
quickly clarify that.
That's ridiculous.
But it doesn't mean that Ape hasn't been bought at a higher price than the actual market price.
Now, the next thing why would that happen?
And this is something I do actually want to quickly go in. And what we can see here is, of course, the market cap for AMC and for Ape. What we can see here is the market cap for APE is at 136 billion, and the market cap for AMC is at 471.57 billion. And so what we can see here is roughly that it's around the same in terms of what it really should be. We've known that at first APE should have been the same market cap around AMC because it was supposed to be 1-to-1. Now, we are seeing the drop of price in APE. We are now seeing the market cap actually sitting at 136 billion, whereas the market cap for AMC sitting at 471.57 billion. And again, what we can see for the outstanding shares, one at 93.79 billion and one at 94.31 billion. Now, the reason why I want to talk about this and the reason we have been covering this for so long is because these glitches keep on happening for AMC and APE. And again, this is on a stock that we know that retail investors are, of course, keeping an eye out for, and is continuing.
Blah, 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 blah.
Are adding up, and especially when we take a look at what's happening here, AMC cost to borrow is hovering around 180% with 0.000 shares available to borrow. Max Pain is at $5. FTD numbers are out of control.
FTD numbers are out of control.
This is something that we have to talk about. Firstly, there are 0 shares available to borrow for AMC, and so we understand that again, pressuring the board. We have to talk AMC. And
why are you showing a fucking screenshot that was updated on the 30th? That was Thursday. Yes, that was Thursday. Oh my God, these fucking clowns. These motherfucking clowns. Look at this shit. Yes, let's show something that shows the latest entry is on fucking Thursday. Fucking grifter.
And so we understand that again, we are pressuring these investors.
Oh yeah, gotta click off that.
We understand that again.
Yeah, there it is. Now it says March 31st available 0, but I have a source that says March 31st available 10,000 at just well, that's 6 in the morning anyway. That's not even the latest. Yeah, fuck you.
We are pressuring these investors into a corner. Now, not only that, we have talked about the max pain at $5 and we closed at 501. Firstly, the close at 501 is actually extremely important because we have seen that there is a max pain at $5. It means
it doesn't mean shit.
To fight for
it means absolutely fucking shit.
That close above the max pain. Now, previously, we have seen where AMC closed above the max pain, especially at times where we close just 0.01 above it. AMC tend to have a very nice week going into that week forward. And so
fuck off.
We are going to be seeing the same thing
what an idiot
happening for AMC going into this week in terms of the max pain. So we do have to obviously look out for that. But not only that, we're seeing 0 shares available to borrow. Now, 0 shares available to borrow means it's not easy for firms to be finding shares to borrow to then short against us, meaning we are going to be seeing a lag.
God damn, I mean,
of course, in the short.
How long do we have to listen to these guys talk about 0 shares available to borrow when they look at one fucking brokerage's inventory? Holy fuck.
Of AMC, but not only that, we are
Jesus
also
Christ,
seeing cost of borrow increasing.
That is so fucking dumb.
The shorts who are already shorting AMC are going to be suffering from an increase in the cost to borrow in their financing costs for their shorts position, which is again another good thing because it gives the incentive for firms to be, of course, closing on their shorts position. Now, when we take a look at this from Investor Place, so generally a CTB above 10% is considered high, while a CTB above 20% is considered very high. AMC is currently close to 300% and has been in the 100 to 999% range for weeks. Keep telling us there's nothing going on here, I'll hold. Again, people are playing off the cost of borrow like it is nothing, but we have to understand that this is actually such a weird phenomenon in the stock market. Not many stocks are having cost to borrow at this rate. Like we talked about, 10% is considered high, while 20% is considered very high, and we're currently looking at around 200%. So we have to understand that these firms are suffering. These firms are not actually experiencing the good time they're making out themselves to be, and so we are, of course, in a very good position, and we are, of course, pressure them into a close corner.
Sure.
Not only
Right.
that, what
Okay.
we have to
Just
see
keep
is the
telling yourself
success of
that,
Dungeon and
kid.
Dragon movie and John Wick 4, along
Jesus
with other
fucking
films, has pushed
Christ.
domestic box office estimate from 9 billion up to 9.2 billion for the year. So movie hit. So box office is stronger than ever right now. And again, like we've talked about, fundamentally AMC is improving. Now, like we talked about, fundamentals isn't the only thing that's going to, of course, bring AMC and Ape to the end, to, of course, victory, having the firms to, of course, squeeze. However, it is a massive thing in playing a big factor for us, for the investors, as it will encourage more investors.
Damn, for speaking in English, this guy kind of sucks at talking.
And so this is obviously a very, very good
No,
thing.
they have no fucking clue how any of it fucking works.
About how AMC is going to fail due to the fundamentals.
Max Payne is an unproven theory.
Fake, as we are seeing the fundamentals improve. Not only that, we see Adam Aaron talk about how we are.
Is that South Africa? No wonder. No wonder.
So another massive news for AMC, another massive win for AMC.
Another.
It's showing that AMC is only going to be continuously having good fundamentals going into.
No, that's not what that fucking means at all. That's not what that fucking means at fucking all.
Are of course improving. And now, not only that, we're going to be talking about, remember the time the NASDAQ CEO openly admitted / suggested using trading halts to screw retail investors, not to protect them. As we see here, NASDAQ CEO suggests halt to trading to allow big investors to recalibrate their positions to combat Reddit users. So when we see AMC halt, we know that it is a way for these firms to
shut the fuck up.
But it also means that we are actually having an effect on them. We are actually...
No, you're not. You're not having a fucking effect on them. And okay. All right, check this out. I got... I have AMC up here. This is Friday. This is real time playing. This is the on demand. Going back to Friday at 13:59 or 3:59 p.m. And I'm looking at the option chain, and I'm looking at this $5 strike here that is worthless. This $5 strike is worthless. Ask 1 cent, bid 0. 0 fucking bid. So, you know, if they didn't close out of it, they got stuck with a worthless fucking and this is obviously also on demand, so I have to turn this off as well. Let's go back to this, reset it. Okay. Because it's showing us everything from Friday. So we got to snap back. Let's snap back into reality, please. Can we get back into reality now? Here we go. There we go. But if I want to look at this option chart here for these $5 calls that were supposedly the miracle calls. So there's 8,000 of them traded here. Now, at this point right here, they became worthless, and they were essentially worthless here. They would have been 2 cents or 2 cents. Just a second here, guys. Okay. Look at all this trading action that happened happened here at like 3:30. So it's bouncing between 1 and 2 cents. And it ended the day at 1 cent with a 0 bid. So, I mean, yeah, you can tout that. Oh, it beat Max Payne. Oh, wow, it was such a huge thing. If you actually look at the fucking options, they were worthless because of course they were worthless. Why would anybody exercise an option for $5 if the stock closed at 501? Makes no sense. So these people have no clue about options. They just spout this shit as if, you know, oh, it means something. Not really. Not fucking really.
Another video. Today we're going to be talking about AM.
Whoops. Yeah, and he had a video back here. It says firms buying AMC for $14. Now, he didn't find any actual record of any transactions at $14, so why are you saying that? Idiot. All right. We might be just about done here, guys. We could see what Germany is saying. See if there's anything else here. God. Let's see. Profitable in Q2. Oh, okay. Profitable
Jo,
in
was geht?
Q2.
Herzlich willkommen zu einem neuen Video von mir. Ich gebe euch wieder den
Hold
aktuellen
on.
WhatsApp.
Whoa. Slow the fuck down. Auto translate this shit. All right.
Jo, was geht? Herzlich willkommen zu einem neuen Video von mir.
Oh,
Ich gebe euch
come
wieder...
on. Gotta pick English. Let's put it in Esperanto. It'll make more sense. All right.
Jo, was geht? Herzlich willkommen zu einem neuen Video von mir. Ich gebe euch wieder den aktuellen WhatsApp News. Heute geht es wie immer um die AMC-Aktie und wir werden heute was sehr Interessantes besprechen, denn es kamen wieder einige News raus und die News, die haben mich wirklich überzeugt und die haben mich auch dazu gebracht, dass ich heute mich nochmal hinsetze und ein Video darüber mache. Es geht darum, dass wir potenziell positive Zahlen bekommen könnten in Q2.
Positive numbers in Q2.
Profitable Zahlen für AMC. Aber lass mich erklären, Schritt für Schritt, wir werden da am Ende drauf eingehen. Es kamen vorher auch noch sehr interessante News raus, die wir auch zusammen anschauen werden. Und ich werde meine Meinung dazu sagen, wie immer. Aber bevor ich irgendwas sage, ich bin kein Anlager- oder Finanzberater, ich gebe wirklich meine eigene Meinung.
Not an investment for full consultants.
Würde ich sagen, fangen wir einfach erstmal direkt an. Wir sehen hier, wir starten hier bei dem Kurs oder vorab.
But it won't, Manuel. It's going to be another MMTLP debacle.
Ja, ich hatte
They'll think that they can bitch and moan to FINRA and get 2 more days of trading. I don't know how you. They're like cockroach. I don't know how in the hell.
Volumen ist ja auch ein bisschen nach oben, aber
we get out of this fucking shit.
Nicht wirklich der Rede wert. Und wir sehen hier, dass wir auch keine Aktien mehr zur Verfügung haben. Also da hat sich auch nicht...
Oh my God, March 31st at 6 in the morning, 0 available.
Jetzt keine Änderung gesehen, aber es ist ein Verbleib, der sehr positiv ist und der sehr zu begrüßen ist. Also, ja. Nichts passiert, aber guter Verbleib. Wo aber was passiert ist,
so nothing happened.
Bei FINRA und Wedbush. Das ist am Freitag schon rausgekommen, aber ich kam noch nicht dazu berichten und das mache ich jetzt einfach jetzt. Ich meine, jetzt haben wir Sonntag und morgen öffnen auch erst die Märkte wieder, deswegen denke ich, ist es noch angebracht in einem Zeitraum. Also, wir sehen hier, dass die FINRA Wedbush ja in dem Sinne eine Strafe aufgebürgt hat von 900.000, was echt lächerlich ist für so große Firmen. Und der Grund ist, dass jetzt wird es interessant, wegen den wiederholten
I mean, I'm sorry, you know, like 0 shares available to borrow. Great. But on Friday, you had fucking 2.85 million shares returned. Oh, they must have gotten out the share printing press again. I mean, you can't make this shit up. Holy fucking hell.
Fail to delivern im September. Also das ist der Grund, finde ich sehr interessant, weil wir sehen ja, die FTDs bei AMC sind enorm hoch. Fail to deliver, für die es nicht wissen, ich erkläre es nochmal ganz kurz. Eine Aktie wird gekauft. Bei den Brokern, vor allem bei den Brokern.
I didn't see anybody else bring this one up. Wedbush find for FTDs. Well, this is old news. This isn't even fucking new. This is old ass fucking news. What the fuck? Okay, hang on here. This is from FX News Group from September 28th, 2022. FINRA has fined Wedbush Securities for alleged violations of Regulation SHO. During the periods January 1st, 2016 through July 31st, 2020 and December 9th, 2020 through April 7th, 2021, Wedbush violated Regulation SHO Rules 204A, B, and C and FINRA Rule 2010 by failing to timely close out approximately 2,056 failed to deliver positions as required by Rule 204A, and on approximately 390 occasions failing to place securities in the penalty box as required by Rule 204B, and failing to comply with the notice requirement of 204C. Oh my God. Oh dear. When Wedbush had an FTD, a firm automated system attempted to identify the FTD and to borrow or recall shares to close it out. Close out it out. If the automated system failed to acquire the shares, firm staff was required to borrow, recall, or buy in shares to close the FTD. Firm staff, however, failed to timely recall shares that had been out on loan or execute buy-ins where the firm initiated a stock loan recall but did not receive the shares in time to deliver them to the continuous net settlement system. Oh my God. 2,000 positions. Holy shit. But this article is from last year. The shit happened at least 2 years ago. So why are we talking about it now? Crystal Ball's bringing it up now. Oh no, the tweets from October as well. What the fuck? We have to blame the German guy. German guy, why are you going back to old fucking tweets? Oh man. Fuck.
Aktuell, das funktioniert so, dass sie nicht direkt am Markt kaufen. Also wenn
I am disappointed in you.
kaufst, dann würde ich sagen, die ist
We're gonna skip all that.
Style, weil eine
How old is this tweet? How old is this Reddit post? We had
$15 Popcorn-Tüte im Super Mario Bros. Style, weil der Film kommt ja jetzt auch raus oder ist, glaube ich, schon raus. Ich glaube, der ist schon sogar raus. Also in Amerika kannst du ihn, glaube ich, schon schauen. In Deutschland bin ich mir nicht sicher. Aber ja, schreib's mir auch gerne in die Kommentare. Nichtsdestotrotz ist das eine sehr coole
Wow. See, a lot of people think that Europe is smarter than the United States. At least in this instance, boy.
Einfach eine große.
You think they could sneak a fucking tweet from October past us?
Ein großes Popcorn.
Not happening.
Schenkt, wenn man hier jetzt
not fucking happening.
Erstmal hier weiter. Und hier meine ich ein sehr interessantes Thema. So.
Frank Nez, fake news, don't care. Record breaking, we already saw this 14 million times because they have nothing else to talk about today.
Gepostet hat auf meinem Discord, danke dir da.
Discord, never. Wow, speaking of Discord, or not Discord, Twitter. What's going on in the Twitter spaces? We had fun with the Twitter spaces earlier. Maybe we can recreate that. They always got so much fun stuff going on over there. Oh, we do have one. We got a Twitter space. Look who is in here.
Bring a popcorn product. And I'm like, you got to be kidding me. Like it's just
you will never guess who is in this Twitter space, Badback. Holy fucking shit.
It's a good thing.
You're going to love this one.
But to me, it's like,
we're going to love this one.
Where were they 6 months ago? They say, imitation is the highest form of flattery to some extent. Don't try to steal the thunder of my company, basically, is how I'm looking at it. So that becomes another
look who it is
venue by which to go onto their
hopefully he speaks
and, advertise AMC Perfectly Popcorn. That's how I approach it, right? That's why I play on guerrilla versus guerrilla, but guerrilla marketing, right? That being said, they also have no engagement on their tweets, so I'm not overly losing sleep on it, because when I see the tweet's been out for 6 hours and it's got 1 like, that's really non-consequential. If it was blowing up, that'd be a different story, because it's like, well, those are people
blowing up like the hedge funds, or blowing up like the apes
buying ultimately our product. I'm looking at this from like I'm the business owner standpoint, which I think
it's Casey Shaw right here.
Should be looking at.
That's who I was referring to.
If you're a shareholder, you're a business owner. You might not own the whole business, but you own some portion of it. And for the amount of energy and effort spent on Twitter by most of us, or all of us that are certainly in the
don't
space
really own it though. You own a piece of paper that says that, but
that some of that effort could be put into a concerted effort to getting the AMC messaging out. One of the things that it is what it is, but it's one of the things that frustrates me is when I see a tweet from somebody in the community that's got 300 likes on it, and I look at the 300 likes on it, or I skim through them, and I see it's all people from the community. Like,
well, it's because you have a cult.
Good, okay.
Don't
what
you
does
realize that?
Do
Yes,
in
not.
the greater scheme of things? That's an echo chamber. That's literally me saying to Django,
You don't say.
This article is bullshit.
You don't
and
fucking
Casey's
say.
going, yeah, it's bullshit. And Gorilla and I are going, yeah, it's bullshit. And then it's
You're
that
just
we
now
all know
figuring
it's
this
bullshit.
out?
We don't have to tell each other it's bullshit. We know it's bullshit because we're in the thick of it, right? And that goes for anybody in this space. The ability to aware of what's going on is where I think our true power lies.
Oh, right, yeah.
There's a conversation going on about writing an article to try to get out into mainstream media. I didn't start this idea. I think it's a great idea, and I hope it happens. To try to kind of present in a very organized, logical, non-confrontational, non-conspiracy theory-based manner. And not just specific to AMC or GME or APE for that matter, but specific to retail investors as a whole. What's wrong with the market that's not, favorable to us? That's not only not favorable, but
what? There's no guarantee that you'll get rich.
To other parties, to
that's what's wrong with the market.
I'm not asking for special preference. I don't think any retail investor is.
Yeah, you are.
I just want a level playing field. So the idea of creating a
level playing field,
or
how could there be a level playing field?
Whatever you want to.
How could there be a fucking level playing field? That makes no sense.
Well-explained manner. Hey,
there's always going to be somebody who has more money than you to invest.
Now, if you have this awesome explanation in hand, how do you get it out there, right? So if you go and say, hey, Benzinger, can you publish this? They're going to laugh at you because they're not, we see clearly they're not on our side, right? And I think that goes for most mainstream media.
Well,
however, in my opinion, where the strength in numbers comes into play is the idea that there's so many of us that if we have something like that, where it's like, a very 10,000 foot view, basic but informative explanation of what we're upset about and what we think needs to be changed, whether it be PFOF, dark pools.
Everything you're upset about is fucking bullshit.
Things, right?
What are you talking about?
We just keep plastering that shit, not to each other, but outside of the community, whether that means other
people will stop paying attention to you.
Whatever the case. In mass, I feel like that's got to eventually get some traction. And
you literally had people on fucking Fox Business and CNBC
and putting comments on SEC proposals and all the other things. But I've been kind of pleading that case for so long. I think whoever's going to do it, and whoever's not going to do it isn't going to do it. I think that people kind of favor the mechanism or the methodology of like a Twitter environment where you can like tweet it now and in 30 seconds see likes and have that instant gratification.
I think you should do what you feel compelled to do, Bad Back.
At the same time,
I'm not gonna. I'm not a financial advisor.
I think I speak for a lot of people that I interact with. I can give a shit less about likes. It's about actually getting the message out. So
maybe he's from Boston.
I really wanted this to be a brainstorming session, and I still do.
Another brainstorming session.
What I'm thinking is like we have strength in numbers. How can we utilize that? That's, I guess, the point I'm trying to make, and I apologize.
Strength in numbers, 67% owned by retail. Come on, Casey. Come on, step up. Step up, Casey.
Yeah.
Oh, you go.
Oh, Casey.
Nice to hear you.
Well, I was just. Yeah, it's good to see you too. I was just gonna say, I think.
Here we go.
I don't want to say that I feel like this is like something that. I like the guerrilla warfare idea.
Spit it out, buddy.
Going out and attaching like what it is that we have to say to.
There's now over 100 people in this space.
Is something that I think that we should be doing and helping. I mean, because like I've said this on many occasions before. People who just sit there and complain about things not going right. For us, or the way that we want it to go is basically like standing down in the corner, holding a sign that's saying "I just pissed in my kid's lemonade stand." And it doesn't really help anything. What we really need to be doing is actively trying to go out there and pushing things.
No, what you really need to be doing is learning how to fucking trade.
I remember I don't know, a decade ago or so, where I was sitting there listening to a lot of different people who are invested in like Tesla, and how gung-ho they were about the company and Elon Musk and just dedicated to the whole thing. I thought they were crazy. I just was like, you guys are a bunch of crazy like fanatics for a company. But it didn't matter. It really didn't matter if they were crazy fanatics for the company or not, because they really they did what it was that they needed to do, which was believe in the company and push the company as a possibility for the future. And so and the great part about AMC
fuck up, you egomaniac. Suck a dick.
How's it going?
Oh, see you later.
It's going
Bye.
as soon as he's gone. I didn't know who that was, so I let him up. My apologies. Go ahead.
So anyways, that was funny. So anyways, what I'm trying to say is that I think that, you know,
nice.
If we're sitting there, you know, looking at AMC as a terrible thing, and we see all these negative things happening, and we're not going out there and actively like pushing the idea of like, this is AMC is a good company, and there's you know everybody likes seeing movies, the popcorn, and eventually the credit cards. You know, there's all different things that we
I didn't know who that was, so I let him up. It's great.
you know, hey,
It's a
here's
great,
something that's worth
great
looking
fucking
into.
way to manage a
And
space.
just like people for Tesla did. And I think ultimately that's a great thing. As far as the article goes, the only thing I was worried about in regards to that article was I just didn't, that publication was like a new publication.
Yeah, I don't even that's
and
not even my thunder, so to speak. Like, it's not my idea, so I'd rather let that person run with it. And
Yeah.
I know you're in that group also, so I think in that conversation we were pretty much on the same page. Like, I don't necessarily think it's best or logical or most impactful, I think is really the bottom line, to make an article like that or an editorial like that about one stock or another, or two stocks or three, but to make it more broad stroke about the inadequacies of the market towards retail at large. So that, but I think with something like that in hand, guerrilla marketing could be the delivery method. The guerrilla marketing specific to AMC, in my opinion, is just like that. Like you mentioned, the credit card. So let's say right now, if you were to search Twitter for credit card and you see something for Capital One offer, whatever, to drop a tweet in there about the AMC credit card, you know, this is in the future, right? Once the AMC credit
great
card's
idea.
available, to drop a tweet or a reply into that tweet about the AMC credit card, that to me is guerrilla marketing, right? You're using Capital One's ad spend to help further push or make people aware of the AMC credit card. Now, granted, if
that,
it's a promoted ad,
my friends, is
10,000
absolutely
and only 500
fascinating.
people would actually click on the reply that's there.
Wow.
But those types of things don't usually get a ton of replies. So, you know, it's kind of like its own little mini captive audience. So I think it's a good opportunity for us collectively to get the word out about each individual thing. Like I mentioned before, Regal Cinemas has their subscription base. On that tweet, I put a tweet about, you know, Stubbs.
Pretty much, it seems like,
with regards
to manipulate the stock.
Popcorn, to compose, and this doesn't just have
guerrilla marketing, aka stock manipulation.
What I saw earlier today, this could be going to Orville Redham, whatever the fuck his name is, website, his Twitter handle, and when they tweet something about AMC Popcorn, and Act 2, when they post something
up Orville
about popcorn, post something about AMC Perfectly Popcorn. Like that to me is like that's reaching people outside of our.
You know what? You know what that is? That's annoying.
That's kind of the idea
and
behind
it turns people off.
Guerrilla marketing, as I see it, and just again spitballing and brainstorming. But I think the idea of all of us sitting in the cafeteria going, you know, this school sucks, like is getting old. Like it's time to like go down the street to the other school and say, hey, this is what's going on, you know, and kind of going to the community college, going to the state university, like, you know, and while you're going from one place to another and you're on the town bus, you know, talking to the guys sitting on the bus also, like all metaphorically, obviously, but the idea is to get outside of our sphere of communication. Like we're all talking, like I know, I recognize pretty much there's 100 people in here, 115 people. I probably recognize 3/4 of the people in here, if not more. So it's like for me to say, hey, Bob, you know, this is what I think. And I'm like, and
well,
Bob's
that's
like,
why
yeah,
he
you
let
know,
Bad back up,
completely
because
agree,
he's
but I
trying to
kinda
get new
see, like,
blood
we're
in.
more or
and
less
we took advantage of that.
understanding of the situation.
Love
That's not necessarily the best conversation or most beneficial to AMC conversation that I can have, or Bob.
Sounds like we need to start doing this.
Somebody who has no clue what's going on with AMC.
Now,
from a
how about
standpoint, or from
June 3rd, 2021?
Stock market standpoint, whichever conversation you're comfortable having. Keith, go ahead.
Keith. Oh, Keith.
No, I agree with you 100%, brother. We're all
this guy's all over the spaces.
We wanted to make a change, I believe, and that's why people held on to AMC. But there comes a time when, like you said, our voice has to be heard outside of just this community and reach out to other people. And I've always believed that. And the one actually got me fired up on one of his speeches, and I started trying to reach out, and other people got involved. So I just kind of let them do it about pension funds. We was trying to reach out to like different school teacher pension funds and stuff, and letting them know, hey, this is what's happening to your money. If you're not losing it, they're stealing it from you. And I think, like you say, the louder our voice is heard outside of this community, the better off it will be for the whole world, not just us.
I feel that way about this channel, actually.
Shared to the nest. I had started working on like a week ago. And if some of you guys recall, I was like, well, tell me who the biggest influencers were that you thought were helpful to retail and then later realized weren't. And it went from influential or influencer people to media outlets as well, right? So literally Benzinger was already on that list. Jim Cramer was already on that list. Obviously Gasparino was already on that list. All these different people were already on that list in that tweet. I just hadn't tweeted it. And then I tweeted it today because obviously with what AA was, messaging, it's pretty much spot on. But the point is, like, for Benzinger to put something out like that, or for, any entity to sit there and misstate the market cap of the company by such a gross amount, to have that level of glitchiness or misinformation or whatever.
Oh my God, they misstated the market cap.
It's a complete spit in the face of all of us. Because if Benzinger felt that there was going to be some type of a ramification from apes going, what the fuck is wrong with you? Pardon my French, but like calling them out, I would have to imagine they would be somewhat more hesitant than to actually.
What does this shit have anything to do with the actual stock market?
They retracted it and said, oh, we saw it from somebody else, so we thought it was real, blah, blah, blah. We misstated. It's bullshit. There's just no way. That's
what the apes do. They see something that somebody else posted and they think it's real. What's the difference?
The level of incompetence that you'd have to have.
It is incompetent.
A logical and factual explanation of how they put that out there. It just gets to the point where we are.
That's why you don't fucking read the news,
right? We're certainly numbers.
Like,
why aren't we using that volume of people and volume of voices to call the bullshit out?
I think you are
available. I mean, every day it seems like there's another article. It's one thing to sit there and I'll go back to like a bed bugs article from AMC Theaters. I think that was like a year ago already, right? Or the lady who tripped. All these bullshit. I mean, there's so many of them. It's insane.
But they had bed bugs. And it was real.
We jump on the tweet and we counter it. We make fun of it, and that's good. I mean, I get it. Like, we're calling it out to that degree, but
there's shootings at AMC Theaters all the time. Shootings everywhere, but
I don't even know what the word is here. Not with enough completeness, or not to such a level that they don't even think about doing it again. That's the point. And I do think, and I've said this, and many people have said this since day one, and I still believe it, the biggest way to correct all this shit is to win, right? So, AMC gets more movies, profitability goes up, the short thesis is even more dead, sell some popcorn, make some money from that, have the credit card, make some money from that. And it gets to the point where now they feel such a tremendous pain because of that financially, that corrects the behavior. And I still think that's the best and most permanent fix. But at the same time, there's no reason we can't be doing something or some things in the meantime. Somebody DM me, and he's here. I don't know if he wants to come up and speak, but the idea of the community comments on misinformation. And I'm like, that's a great idea. Then I thought about it afterwards. Like, we'll use the Benzinga article as, or the Benzinga statement when you look up AMC, right? Which is now down. But when you used to look up AMC, it would say, AMC was bought by Amazon on the 28th, right? That never took place on Twitter for there to be an opportunity for community comments on that statement. Granted,
but obviously it didn't happen.
Of it out there, right? But they were already calling it out. So, I guess if community notes are an option on something that's shared on the Twitter, in the Twitter community by one of these outlets, then by all means, that's a good way to combat it right then and there. I don't know. I feel like we should be doing something. I just don't know exactly what it is. I have some ideas, but usually it's the kind of thing where I'm a firm believer if you get
You should be learning how to actually trade
objectives
and make money in the market
together
instead of being stuck on one fucking losing stock. That's what you should be doing. Nobody's got anything.
That's where I shut up and wait for 10 more good ideas.
Django, you said you were going to say something a minute ago, and I interrupted you.
Yeah, but I actually started thinking about what David said, and so I totally lost what I was going to say. And now I'm, oh my God.
Boy, these people are a mess.
My bottle here.
Yeah, you don't need the
so
bottle.
Chris
How
is
much?
coming up with a
Clearly, you need
beautiful
that bottle
idea,
taken away.
I guess. Let's see what he has to say.
Go, Chris.
Yeah, I was actually just about to start a space. I didn't know where what time this was happening.
Look who it is.
Excited that you did this, David.
Mr. AMC Fundamentals.
A great campaign for us. I'm not the most computer savvy person, and like copying and pasting stuff for myself and others is like,
yeah, clearly because you got a Mac.
That, like copying and pasting the credit card information, copying and pasting.
Just kidding.
The merchandise.
Kind of.
They did such a great job on the Dungeons and Dragons merchandise this weekend that they sold out 5,000 dice in like 6 hours. They were just, every Dungeons and Dragons person was just dropping pictures like, hey, I went and saw the movie. And then like you see that like that, so I think it's our job not just to quote tweet the movies, right? Like hashtag D&D movie, but hashtag D&D at wizards_D&D, because that's their real community. And if we can link their real community to our community in our merchandise site for their movies, like if Air Jordan shoes come out for the Air Jordan movie, there's some sort of premiere, well, we can push, at Nike and then attach that merchandise site to, whatever tweet we put out there under the Nike post or whatever production studio is putting that out, Air Jordan, the list goes on of all the people that are affiliated, but they don't even know we exist.
Future marketing officers of AMC.
Merchandise store exists. They didn't know our dice existed for D&D. So what you're saying is exactly what some people actually caught on to and started doing this weekend, but it can be so much more extensive than just
when you're a shill, Ron,
quoting some tweets. It's all about
when you're this desperate
into other news articles and getting it on TikTok.
The thing is,
I'm not saying that you have to do TikTok. I'm saying people like I don't do TikTok, but the girl
none of this equals MOAS.
TikTok, and she's learning how to do it.
None of this equals fucking short squeeze
into TikTok, right? And then
especially
my brother-in-law, he started dropping TikTok videos about AMC and the merchandise.
They're doing it out in the open like this.
People that like hit the entertainment
just pathetic
section of like, hey, what's going on in the world? Dungeons and Dragons will come up, Air will come up, but then
not Tuesday at 2
crossed into AMC, and that might catch their attention. We might be able to push things that way as well. I'm all for the guerrilla tactics of like, hey, this other company is trying to drop information. Let's go on there and drop on Regal's thing. Oh yeah, you could also check your local AMC and just be like, yo, we tried to advertise and they came right underneath us. Because that's what That's what the mainstream media is doing. They're dropping advertisements on Regal right now. They're dropping oh, Regal's a great company. Look for Amazon to buy them. What does that mean? Oh, Regal is going under and they want Amazon, people who are like, ooh, Amazon might buy Regal. I better buy some Regal stock and pump it up. Well, guess what? Who owns Regal stock? Institutions. It's 95% institutionally owned. So guess what? They pump it up to $9. They get a run up. They get a run up. They get a run up. It goes up for 2-3 weeks. They get the hype going. Amazon's going to buy it. And what do? Oh, Amazon said they weren't going to buy Regal. And they rug pull all the people that they got to buy in at 7, 8, and 9 and crash it back down as they shorted it back down to $2, right? And then it goes back into bankruptcy filing. So we over here are kind of onto their tactics, but again, we can do what you're saying, man. I'm totally on board with the guerrilla marketing tactic because I don't own a movie studio. I don't own a production studio. I can't tell Adam
barely can make a fucking YouTube video
on my football games. I want some advertising. You know, it's like, no, that's up to the production studios themselves. I'm not asking you to advertise the movies, though. I want you to advertise the Nicole Kidman video. I want you to talk about AMC outside of AMC theaters. And I think, you know, the Nicole Kidman video, I think that's one of the best marketing features that we have as a company, and yet it only is seen if you're at an AMC theater. So I think that's one mistake that we're making is we're not getting the message outside of the AMC theater unless it's by Twitter or some sort of word of mouth from the apes.
Christ.
So,
yeah, what I think you just mentioned, sorry, real quick, just what I think you just mentioned, I didn't think of, which is a great idea. I mean, when I first heard about Air, I tweeted it and I tagged, you know, Michael Jordan's account, a couple different, you know, things with the AMC theaters to try to get the tie in there. But the idea of like the merchandising aspect of AMC, not necessarily to, you know, the world at large, but to the communities that are associated with that movie. So I'm sure there's a community that's fanatical about Mario Brothers. So to, you know, start sharing early.
Yeah, they're fanatical about Mario Brothers. They don't give a fuck
movie coming out, you know, as far
about
as
AMC.
It being in AMC theaters. Granted, it's in other theaters, but we're trying to make them aware it's in AMC theaters. And at AMC theaters, you can buy this, this, and this. To me, that is the essence of what I'm talking about. That's just one of the different, you know, angles, right? Because you can go from the movie standpoint to the community that supports that movie that doesn't have a loyalty to any theater. You can go to people who like popcorn at large, even if it's not another movie theater's popcorn, but just popcorn at large.
Come on.
Now you're making them aware of our popcorn. The credit card when the time comes. There's so many different ways to do it. And it's not just like one tweet is going to enlighten these people. It's if there's 5,000 people that are active in this community, and each of us over the course of 2 weeks shares 2 or 3 tweets about the movie to that community with the merchandising that's offered by AMC, that's free marketing with a super high conversion rate because those people will buy those products. So why not have them buy them?
David, we saw multiple comments Friday night after I believe that was after the marketing campaign for Dungeons and Dragons was going on for the dice, and we saw people Saturday morning that were like, "Hey, there's 5,000 dice left on the store." And we started tagging the Dungeons and Dragons people, and they were like, "Hey, I saw the movie at AMC. I didn't see the dice." And then they went in and ordered online the dice. So if you're not walking around the lobby and you don't get lucky enough to walk into your movie, because say you only go to 3 movies a year, you're walking through the lobby, nobody buys the dice, turns around and you don't see them. So you just assume there's no dice in the building, right? You go to your theater, you're sitting down, you're chilling, it's dark, you don't see anyone carrying anything, you know, that looks like, you know, that pops out at you because it's a dark theater. You sit down, you take your seat, you go home, and you're like, "Oh, okay, great. I had a great time at the movie." We tagged the merchandise and they turned around and were like, "Hey, just bought this thing off the thing." And then they started tagging other people. They had like 6 people tagged from their Dungeons and Dragons group. And they're like,
wasn't that was one of the worst things I had ever fucking heard, Ron.
And next thing you know,
oh my God,
they just started selling.
Oh my God, that was so fucking bad.
But they all played together.
I tweeted about their if you look up in the nest, I just shared. I tweeted about there being 4,000, and then when there was 3,000.
Oh, great! You tweeted about it.
To tag a Dungeons and Dragons.
You fucking tweeted about it. What an activist!
I don't know exactly.
You
what
did the laziest possible thing you could possibly have done.
Someone was like, "Hey, tag me in my."
What the fuck?
Like, hey, you don't hashtag. It's not hashtag DND. It's at Wizards_DND because Wizards of the
Right,
Coast.
that's the actual movie.
Yeah,
Right,
Wizards of the Coast or something like that is where they play Dungeons and Dragons, and that's like their. That's where they all used to go to play Dungeons and Dragons and like do their little events and stuff like that before GameStop was popular. So Wizards of the Coast was that like famous thing, and now that's their at. So for Dungeons and Dragons. In the future,
no, that's the name of the fucking company
of the franchise.
made the
shit. There's
shit.
an expansion
And Magic the Gathering.
We know that, but we got Mario, we got Indiana Jones. Who knows who's gonna want to like buy Indiana
fucking Jones?
Whatever, you know.
God.
Right. We should be sitting there now instead of reactively doing that, which was great that it was done, but kind of at the 11th hour, proactively looking for who to tag in the Indiana Jones, who to tag in the Super Mario Brothers, like to basically get ahead of it. This way, that's more apt to help people go to the movies. Doing it on the day that the movie comes out is more apt to get people to buy the merchandise. There's no reason why you can't do both. Keith, go ahead.
I was going to say, they try to use scare tactics against us, saying, "Oh, you can't say this, you can't say that," right?
Who says that?
It's like Charles Gasparino. I don't even care about the motherfucker enough I don't even know what station he works for. But he's put out so many bad articles about AMC now that I am going to go after, I think it's Fox News maybe that he works for. I am going to start tweeting. I'm going to tweet my ass off. And if you have any negative tweets and you're worried about your account getting blocked, send them to me. I'll text every motherfucking one of them out. You know why? Because I got an app that I can get 1 million different phone numbers, and damn, I can come up with hundreds of thousands of emails. So I don't give a shit about my account. I'm on my 4th one. If that's what it takes to fight and keep getting blocked, and
that right there is
for it because honestly,
awesome.
I hate the motherfuckers to start with.
Yeah, I think that's one way about it, and I don't think that's necessarily a bad way. I think I've done that myself at different times. I think I try to reel myself back in just because I try not to curse too much, but at the same time, killing them with facts is that much more impactful, right?
Yeah, and then I always got to put them down a little bit, make them think for it. See, that's what makes them think. Hey, they could give a shit less if you send them a bad article about what they said. And when you put them down, oh hell yeah, they're definitely going to think about that for a long time, and then they'll realize, hey, I'm sending bad messages. And if not, at least everybody else will see it and think, damn, that shit's funny as hell. But look, they really are doing that bad shit.
Oh, my God.
I always got to
All
put
right.
my spin on it.
Got one for you here by popular request.
I just like the bird sounds you got going on in the back.
You can't kill Michael Myers!
Hey, it's
impossible!
Nice
But what you can do is buy AMC stock!
That's what you need. That's the guerrilla marketing that they need to do right there.
Who I'm sure have opinions. Anybody's welcome to come up and speak. Who hasn't spoken?
Boom.
Womp womp. What's going on?
Yeah, I was wondering, what about sharing just how profitable this can be? Like, there's so many misconceptions about AMC not being profitable.
Oh,
like,
shit.
Why not just
it's
take
bad back
and pass on that info so people know they can make money? Like, there's this YouTuber, Scott Allen Finance. He breaks down the earnings reports and everything to show how good of a company fundamentally that this actually is. Have you guys ever checked him out, Scott Allen Finance?
You're welcome to do what you like. For me personally, I'm never one to say to somebody, "Hey, this is why you should do this or shouldn't do that with your money." I'm more keen on the idea of making people aware of the products and services that the company I'm invested in offers. So this way they'll buy the products and services or partake in, going to the theater, obviously. The idea of, hey, here's the fundamentals. This is how I interpret it. You should do this.
Not about how interpreted,
right?
Just about what it is. Numbers don't lie. Black and
like
white.
you said, put out actual numbers. Like, say, for example, hey, look, they sold out 87 million bags of popcorn, whatever. You know, we put out the truth.
Yeah.
When it's that.
Yeah, but how much is actually made from that popcorn?
It don't matter, man.
That's the type of
sold out in one day or whatever.
Yeah, but if it's not that profitable, you have to put out the information, like how profitable is that? How much money does AMC make off that?
I'd be willing to say they're at least making $1 a bag. So that's 87 million in a day.
But that's
fucking awesome.
An assumption. You know what I mean?
Hey, well,
you got to put out the facts.
That's what I was saying. We got to get the real numbers, and then when you put out a tweet like that, you can say, "Hey, lay out all the fundamentals."
Yeah, but they're not a bank, so the credit card thing. I mean, I wouldn't get too pumped on that.
Get 2 to 5%. You know.
I would look at it more from a perspective as we're not necessarily trying to tell people that they need to go buy AMC shares. What we're saying here is that we're invested in a company who we want to be profitable. And in order for us to be able to get to the point to where this company is going to be extremely successful, to increase that success, we have to be, instead of focusing on the negativity of all the bad press and all that kind of stuff, focusing on the things that are good things and trying to make sure that people understand that there are those options that are out there. For example, like I just recently put up a poll about the A-list memberships that AMC has. And 25% of the people, and we're talking about people who genuinely just own AMC shares as a shareholder. 25% of those people who voted, over 600 people voted, and 25% didn't even know what an A-list membership was. And I'm sitting there going like, wait a minute, these are legit shareholders, and 25% don't even know. How many people out there don't even know about A-list memberships? When that's an incredible, amazing thing, because if you think about it, like when A-list membership, for the price that you get for it, all you got to see is 2 movies a month and you've made your money back. And it's like, wait a minute, how do more people not know about this? We need to get that information out there so that people can benefit off of that. Like, it doesn't matter.
Right, but don't those memberships cost?
It's $25. You go twice and you've made your money back.
Right, but I mean, you already, as a shareholder, you've already put in so much money. And now,
what does that
I think
you know what I mean? Like,
I think
I want the company to make me money. I don't want to have to be the one to pay the company. You understand what I'm saying?
Yeah, I'll give you a little bit more rope.
It's kind of counterintuitive.
Hold on a second. I'll give you a little bit more rope, but obviously I read through your profile before I let you up. I just kind of wanted to see where you were going to go with it. But here's the point. If I invest in AMC, period, next sentence, I go to the movies, period, next sentence. How often do I go to the movies, period, next sentence? At what point does it make sense for me to get a Stubbs membership, whether it be one level or another? One thing's got nothing to do with the other. That's like saying, hey, I invested in I don't know, Charmin.
Yeah, but you're talking about
I invested in
shareholders.
Charmin, so I shouldn't wipe my ass? That doesn't make sense.
No, it doesn't. I mean, that didn't make any sense. You're talking about
membership. I shouldn't spend money with them.
About shareholders
investing with them.
Yeah, I mean, how much more money you have done?
I shouldn't buy toilet paper because I already invested money with a toilet paper company, so therefore I shouldn't wipe my ass. Makes perfect sense.
Well, toilet paper companies make money.
Should I go out and buy it?
Well, just because you own stock in AMC doesn't mean you shouldn't take advantage of it.
Hold on. Whoop, whoop. Let me just get to the point that you just made. But toilet paper companies make money. So it's your belief that AMC doesn't make money?
It's not my belief, no. I mean, that's what the earnings report says. Profit. I mean, any company makes money.
Actually, that's not really.
I'm talking about profit.
You couldn't be farther from the truth at all. The only reason that AMC is not making money is because they have debt. If the debt was not there,
oh my God,
profitable company. So
the debt is there.
But it's bad management and misappropriating funds that causes debt.
Here we go. Hey, go tell Mike and Marina I said hello.
I'm going to cut this off. I'm going to give
you
an opportunity.
Oh, you guys don't like counter arguments.
No, I don't mind.
I got you.
I don't mind counter arguments. That's why I let you
money. You don't.
I
don't have an
I don't mind counter arguments. That's why I let you up
somewhere else.
Even after I saw your profile. The point of the space is time for AMC community to do some guerrilla.
It's not a community. It's a cult.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, I'm a
You
cult,
guys
and
are
that's what I'm
nuts.
telling you.
You guys don't take any
Try to Mike
opposite views I've
Marine
never
and shut
seen.
your ass up because you're dumb as shit.
Boom, boom.
All right, done with the
I
distraction.
suggest you leave the space. Oh, he did.
Oh,
David,
I
or
suggest you
whoever.
leave.
I don't know
Wow.
who was next, but Dan, go ahead.
Hey, David, how you doing,
No,
man?
it was nothing first. Sorry,
all right.
Dan, you gotta wait.
I will
Nothing
wait.
was waiting for a while.
No worries.
Wow.
Yeah.
Thank you, Dan.
What a bunch of fucking
Thank you.
idiots.
I wouldn't have minded waiting. I think that guy was missing the point of what KC was saying because I watch KC a lot, and his point
Oh,
was
yeah.
25% of shareholders don't know about it. How many people who aren't shareholders don't know about what a great deal the AMC A list is? And if we tell more people, people outside of our little circle or AKA cult, we could get a lot more money generated for these fucking theaters. I think he totally missed the point.
Right. I mean, you could literally make being a Stubbs member a requisite, necessity to be a cult member, and then that's all covered. So it's really trying to reach outside the cult.
Exactly.
At least we're a good cult, not a satanic cult.
He
like
just, I think what Casey was trying to say is that so many people know about it, and they're investors and didn't know about it. He wants to get the word out to other people, and I think that's a great idea, great thing. It was a great poll, Casey. Good job. And then what I wanted to say before that was, David, this is a great idea. I've done hit up 2. One ain't gonna get no views. It's like 3 people have liked it because it's Cinemark. Nobody's visiting it, but I've put out about the D&D 20-sided die on a D&D post. I've put out Perfectly Popcorn on Act 2 posts. This is a great idea. Thank you, man. Appreciate this.
Do me a favor. I almost want to think of like a hashtag because I don't want it to be associated with, or I don't think it needs to be associated with any one person. But like if you tweet something that you're like, oh, I found this account and they're all into Dungeons and Dragons and I shared this with them to basically let other apes know about that tweet so they could just easily grab it and then retweet it somewhere else. And in other words, have like that why reinvent the wheel aspect,
All right, I'll do that. You can go under my account and look at my latest tweets, and you'll see the tweets where I've responded to posts. But it was to a Cinemark thing where they were just advertising D&D, so it was very small. It was not a D&D group. I'll try to find a D&D group. That's a good idea.
So go to Cinemark posts and hijack them and put AMC. Come on.
Yeah,
What
it's been
the
about
fuck?
10 minutes, man. While I was listening, I was just downloading pictures and sticking it on Act 2, and it was a Cinemark, I believe, that was doing some interview with D&D people, and I was like, if you like D&D, check out this 20-sided D&D popcorn tin available only at AMC.
Imagine every company that's associated with any production studio, right? Any movie, every company who's selling any type of popcorn, every company who's selling any type of movie-related anything, right? And every time they tweet, there's already like 5 responses from apes about AMC as it relates to what they're trying to sell. And those companies going, holy shit. That's what I envision. Like if we could do that, if we can achieve that, that would be huge.
Yeah, I'm going to try to spread the word, man. This is a great idea. Thank you. I'm going to step down now. Thank you.
Yeah, Dan,
that was a perfect choice of words too, David. Holy shit. And that's exactly what we need to show people about AMC. They don't realize actually what's going on, and especially also in the stock market how their money is being stolen. We could actually do both at the same time. Spread the news all over about.
God damn it! This guy is a
crash companies, and then use that as an example to show them, hey, this is exactly what they're doing to steal your money.
Yeah, I think there's 2 sides to it, right? I think that's the one side.
Right. Yeah, that's
the awareness of the market mechanics, and then the other side is to make the company.
What a bullshit point by Casey Shaw. Seriously, like,
we already have.
Well, if they didn't have debt, well, guess what? They fucking do.
Ideas to use to make more money.
They had it before the fucking pandemic.
This is an opportunity, in essence, for us to go and actually do the marketing work, right? I mean, there's been, and Dan, I'll shut up quick. I know you're waiting. There's been some conversation about like this new person that they hired to do social media for AMC theaters, and maybe they're not using hashtags. Everybody's got to grow into the position. I get it, but at the same time, well, today, you, me, he, she, all of us could do something that augments that effort, right? That complements.
How about we get him in here like they did with Highcroft? They got the Andrew guy in there that does their marketing.
Oh, they should hire these guys.
Marketing person to come in here and talk to us, just like we do.
That's what they want him to do, though, Ron.
Like AMC, we go over it with him, or he goes over it with us, and we actually help them market it. I mean,
that's not a bad idea. I think even without that, though, there's enough A-type personalities in this community that we can take some initiative and get some shit done, even without having that.
That's Casey Shaw for you.
That's just my.
What else do we expect?
It's just like, say for example, John Wick 4 come out. I had no clue there was going to be 4 coins with that. I'd have bought 20 damn tickets myself just for the coin. I wouldn't even give a shit about the movie because I know damn good and well I could go sell them to. There's so many collectors that collect shit. It's unreal.
Dan, go ahead.
Well, you and Keith just stole all my thunder, but let me just say it another way. So,
say it another way, Dan.
Great example, and that was at a small scale. What was happening with the Dungeons and Dragons folks, right? So,
Dan, New Jersey, 71. You don't say.
Opportunity we've had over the last couple of years is, AMC theaters, Adam Aaron. Between the two of them, they probably have somewhere over 900,000 followers, but they don't.
They were so
hashtags, right? And it's just
they were so worked up. I don't even think anybody noticed. You said my channel name like 3 times.
We need to figure out a way to identify in advance what those key hashtags are. What are those key communities out there that are tied to a movie or tied to buying merch or whatever? And if we do retweet an AMC theater or an Adam Aaron tweet, we need to put those hashtags in ourselves. I mean, that's until, what Keith said, until we have a better line of communication with their social media person. But I just felt like I've been feeling like this has been a missed opportunity. And also to your point, we're in somewhat of an echo chamber. And I really think the hashtags are the way to get more visibility outside of our own community.
That's a great idea. So now imagine that if you see
so many great ideas,
AMC theaters or Adam Aaron, and you feel, and maybe there's certain instances where they wouldn't be as aggressive as we as non-employees of AMC could be or would be, or I dare say should be, but they tweet something about a movie and immediately we go and add the hashtags to it. That's mission accomplished.
Correct. As long as all of us are doing it, right? And how do we communicate what those hashtags should be to the community, so we're not just blindly retweeting.
I think they're already preset, Dan, but that's a great idea because I've seen entertainment, and I think they might have movies as a hashtag.
I got the answer. I'm gonna put it into the title because it's the thing with hashtags is you want to make sure that it's exclusive to what you're trying to do, right? That it doesn't overlap with some other effort out there.
Right.
Right. You don't want your hashtags.
I have to admit, I don't know how to use them correctly. I've only used AMC and 8 a few times.
Well, it's just basically, it's a search criteria and it's also for the algorithm. So, hold on. So if anytime you do something that's quasi guerrilla marketing, and for those that don't realize, guerrilla marketing isn't usually spelt like gorilla like the animal, right? So it's kind of a little play on words.
You guys are so clever. Oh my god.
So whenever
you guys are so fucking clever. Oh my god, that is absolutely fascinating.
Hashtag guerrilla marketing. Now every other ape can see that hashtag and utilize that content to go and do their own guerrilla marketing.
Why don't we just leave it? It could be just guerrilla. I mean, it's too obvious. Like if we post guerrilla marketing under each thing, like that's too. I don't know.
The word marketing has a tendency to turn people off almost immediately. When I see marketing, I'm like, boom, fast, swipe left, swipe down, whatever.
Sorry, I mean, maybe just the guerrilla part.
Yeah, but the thing, so I'm looking right now, Gorilla already brings up.
Yeah, so you do AMC Gorilla or something, but just
that I like.
Leave the marketing.
Getting rid of the word marketing. Yeah. Understood. So,
what's up, DVG?
AMC Gorilla?
Yeah, maybe. Let's give it a try.
AMC Gorillas. How about that?
That's good, but with a Z or a Z.
Guerrilla warfare.
No, then you're copying the fucking band.
Gorillas with a Z. I like that.
Yes.
Now there's no chance of it come. I mean, once you put AMC in front of it, it's already good. But
yeah, well, sorry, that's already taken.
So we got new speakers.
Yes.
Sure, go ahead.
No, I apologize for interrupting. It was just pertaining to this. I had already put it in the chat, but what about GMAMC? It's essentially an acronym, but it makes it very specific that nobody else is going to use that.
Now these people are fucking.
Essentially what you're looking.
Oh my god.
Right. What were you proposing?
GMAMC.
GMAMC.
Yeah, because it doesn't. There's no marketing in it.
Yeah, so it took me like 4 seconds to realize that you're saying GM as far as like guerrilla marketing, and before that I was like thinking you were somehow trying to combine GME and AMC.
No.
So yeah, no, I got
you.
What
I thought too. I was getting ready to say we got to put AMC.
Now they're arguing over what they're going to call their little scheme. I think AMC their little manipulation scheme. That's fantastic.
Because it shows plural, right? So it's all of us. It shows AMC, and it's.
And Django referred to me as a new speaker. Wow, we've come a long way.
Well, new to the space.
I'm sorry.
So,
I'm just kidding.
But
I love you, girl.
Here's just
I love you, girl.
Out the hashtag for a second. If we did AMC apes with a Z, because the gorilla really came into play because the gorilla.
Well,
no, you know what?
Apes ain't going to exist pretty soon, so I don't know if I would use apes.
Let's use gorilla because it does refer to guerrilla marketing, and the people who understand that will know, and the people who don't, it doesn't matter. It's just meant. It's meant for anybody to come on when they have an hour free and go, all right, let me search hashtag AMC Gorillas with a Z.
Yeah,
see
right.
What other people are tweeting. Go, oh, I like that one. Let me go find 5 other places to put it.
I like the gorillas. Like how you have it.
Yeah, and a very good place to put it and to put all the merchandise is also all the movie pages that are on Twitter recently. All the pages with the square pictures that promote the movie. PK Lance was doing a really good job today and putting merchandise under a few pages, and then that's a good start.
People say,
where would I go to search hashtag? I don't
in the
even
search
know.
bar. In the search bar, just like a regular, like as if you were searching for somebody or a tweet or whatever the case.
Well, I got to type something in though, right? There's an automatic. I think there's an automatic hashtag list somewhere, but I don't really know how to.
If you use a hashtag,
I've seen it.
Like if you put in the hashtags.
All right, I am going to pause this here for a second.
Different hashtags
so that we can
like if you
do
start
something.
With AMC, it will show you all kinds of.
Sorry, that's absolutely fascinating discussion, but I want to hear what Houston Wade had to say 3 days ago. Watch what happens when banks start to crumble. Just a reminder, the failed bank list shows 2 banks have failed thus far. So I'm just curious what he's talking about here. And yes, I did search for Frankie Mohammed. But he's slowing down. He's slowing down these days.
But let's talk
music.
Let's talk about the news, because there is a lot of news. So last week we touched on the fact that Deutsche Bank might be in super trouble with the bullet swaps apparently expiring tomorrow. GameStop NFT Twitter account.
This was Thursday.
To something loading on the 29th. Is this it? Are we going to see like
oh boy,
$100 billion in closing of short positions?
Well, whatever it was, it only it amounted to 52 cents.
Not quite sure. SS Mel Johnson with his $1.
This guy fucking sucks.
So I'm man.
In other words, you have no fucking clue, right?
Weird. Stuff's getting weird indeed. So banks are crumbling. The
2 banks have failed, according to the FDIC failed bank list.
liabilities from Credit Suisse are insurmountable. Regional banks are getting bled dry. We've got all sorts of major news articles coming about commercial real estate, commercial mortgage-backed securities, that are all crumbling and aren't worth spit. We've got the federal government is doing quantitative tightening while they're doing quantitative easing. And remember what I was talking about? It was like shit or get off the pot time, like pick one or the other. And I said they were likely to get off the pot while they're shitting. That's exactly what they're doing. They're speedballing the economy. They're printing money and trying to restrict it at the same time. And that is a recipe for just heinous disaster. Don't do that. Pick one or the other and accept the fate. But what you're gonna do is you're gonna get the worst of both if you shit while getting off the pot.
Yeah, tell us when you're going on there, Lynn, so I can switch back.
Evergrande, worthless. Anyone who had those bonds, worthless. Which means Royal Bank of Canada, 6% of their entire portfolio, blink, gone, right? One of the biggest banks in the world. We've got reverse repos are going crazy. So we've got over
reverse repos. Had to throw that in, didn't you?
And quick explanation, reverse repos. This is when banks give their money overnight to the Federal Reserve, and the Federal Reserve gives them interest rate. Right, the interest rate is paying like 4.8%. That's kind of high. Which means the banks have more money the next night to put in there, which means they gave them more interest rate. Okay, here's the problem. The banks can still borrow from the Fed at low interest rates because we're quantitative easing again, right? So they can borrow from the Federal Reserve, take that money, give it back to the Federal Reserve, and get a higher interest rate than what they're paying on what they borrow.
I don't think so.
So essentially, the government is making an infinite money loop for the banks.
Oh, shut up with your fucking infinite money loop. Oh my fucking God. Fuck you. There is no infinite fucking money loop.
Of of a coming credit crunch, because we've got just a boatload of commercial bonds, commercial real estate loans, mortgages, all coming due, and they're defaulting. We're at 30% vacancy for commercial real estate across the United States alone. China is probably at 50% vacancy in their big real estate bubble that's happening. This is just perfect storm territory. Sebastian Junger's going to have to write Perfect Storm 2 to write about all this stuff. So, where does that leave us? Well, if everyone's assets are about to blow up against their liabilities, then the liabilities have to be closed. That's the way the system's supposed to work.
Yeah.
But we're not prepared for that. We've never been prepared for everything dying at once.
My God.
You know, your insurance exists on the probability of something happening, whether it's a car insurance or health insurance, whatever. Like, something will happen at some point, but it'll be spread out over years, and not everyone's supposed to have an accident at the same time. But if every single car in America, all on the same day, all 400 million cars or whatever in the United States of America, all got in a crash accident on the same day, totaled, done. Insurance companies would go belly up because there's no way they could pay out on 400 million cars all getting into a crash accident on the same day. They count on, a fraction of a percent of cars each day to get in an accident, and they can disperse that. What happened with mortgage-backed securities in 08, 09 was that they were insured by like AIG and others who presented insurance for those securities, and they did not expect all of them to go belly up at once. And yet, all of them went belly up at once, and that drained everything out of the insurance companies, and they needed bailouts. So what we have now is we've got, I don't know, $7, $8, $10 trillion in liability for a whole bunch of short plays that were made by hedge funds and family funds. And their core assets, their bonds, are worthless because the fixed rate bonds have no value in an economy where interest rates are rising. And so they can't figure out how to dump this stuff. And then if they dump it, they admit the loss. If they admit the loss, then they have to write down their margin, which means they get margin called and liquidated. So everyone is just like waiting around. They're like to hear no evil, see no evil monkeys. Just pretending as though everything's fine. Ha ha. Everything's fine. But someone's going to be that little domino, pink, that starts the whole thing coming down.
Oh yeah, the domino theory.
We're just in the middle of it, and we're waiting.
You're waiting.
Gaming.
You're waiting for something that's never going to
thank you.
happen. So, God, what an idiot. He needs to bring back the handlebar mustache, although that was fake. Fed balance sheet. Fed balance sheet here. We do see this. But they didn't buy bonds. They did not purchase bonds, so I don't think you can really call it QE. So when we see a decrease this most recent Wednesday when it was reported. So let's see, for 2 weeks, we saw an increase and then we saw a decrease. Now, yeah. Anyway, that's what I've got there. Oh, let me go back to the thing. Is Lynn still planning on going on there?
They're talking about movie memorabilia. So those are potentially the people that would be interested in movie memorabilia.
And David, just one other very simple thing, and I see we do it a little bit, but we need to start hashtagging the actual movie stars in these tags. So you got Mario and you got Galaxy, the Guardians of the Galaxy. Chris Pratt's got over 8 million.
True, users. Tony. They are.
We tag him on. We tag his ass on his tweets too.
Right.
And they need to start signing shit. If AMC wants to sell a ton of more crap or memorabilia,
that's a whole other animal. And that's something for AMC ideas, maybe to say to them, hey, AMC should get a hold of the studios to get the actors to sign some of the memorabilia so this way it could be sold. But as far as like the guerrilla marketing aspect, I think Dan's exactly right. I think if you start tagging the celebrities that have huge followings, that's just even that much more exposure. And to that point,
I mean, look at this, David.
If somebody likes the actor Bob, right, and they're about to go see Bob's movie, but they don't really have a preferred theater, but now you put AMC in front of them, now they go, to see their favorite actor at an AMC theater.
Well, they're selling high-priced figurines too, and I mean, how hard is it to get one of the movie stars to make a signature card or certificate with a real autograph on it? I mean, if that helps sell a $400 or $600 item for one simple fucking signature that takes 2 seconds or a second to write, I mean, they need to do it. I mean,
Keith, it's already on the ideas list that is with AMC right now, I think.
Yeah, I know that was my
as well. And and it's quite a process to get actors to sign some stuff and then sell it off. So it's not that easy, but I mean, it's on the list, and they probably do what they can to offer it to a select few or give it out as a price or whatever. Auction.
I mean, do we honestly think that Hollywood and their celebrities don't know what's fucking going on? I mean, and there's been no celebrities that really have gone behind this because where their money is. and Hollywood conflict.
Well, it's just like this, you know, you got to pay them a certain amount of dollars, like $10,000 or whatever, or $50,000 to sit down and sign 10,000 things.
We
but
have a hand
if
up.
you're
I
charging
see we have a
$400,
hand up.
Let me just say this. So there's, as far as celebrities being aware, or as far as autographs, I think there's conversations that could be had there, but they're not directly related to what we're trying to do here, which is brainstorm on guerrilla marketing efforts that we can all partake in, like now, to try to get AMC awareness increased outside of the AMC community.
As a group.
As a group.
On here.
Yeah.
Yes. So Escal, or what's your name? Can you tell me your name, like how do you pronounce it?
Escal or Gall, it doesn't matter.
Okay.
Hey, just real quick, David, too, I just wanted to bring, I DM'd you also just to let you know that Gorillaz with a Z is actually a pop band. They started back in the 90s, 80s, 90s, still going
Yeah,
strong
we know.
today. So there might be an infringement problem if you start popping up Gorillaz with a Z around.
Yeah, I don't know.
No, Damon
not in a
Albarn
twat.
is cool,
Not in a
and
twat.
it's not a problem. Nachi knows him.
Nachi knows him.
No, but he's saying it's like a trademark name.
I know.
Yeah, exactly. Just thought I'd bring that up.
Yeah, we'll find out. Let's go with it and see what happens.
It's funny because when I search gorillas, let me search it again.
They have a new album
if you start
out,
merchandising. That's a problem. But if you
yeah, we're not.
Yeah.
We're just.
If you just use it as a tag, I mean, it's an open word. No infringement, I don't think.
It's an animal, damn it, Bobby.
But thank you, Escal, for warning us.
Yeah, I think also the fact that it's prefaced by AMC. We're not using the word gorillas alone. We're using AMC gorillas, and Z is a common slang for plural. I don't know. I'm not an attorney, so I can't say for sure. But
If you put an AMC in front of it, you're changing what it means. Yes.
Right. I guess they could also argue that now we're saying there's a subset of their band called the AMC Gorillas, like we're their opener. I don't know.
I identify myself as an attorney today, and I think it's okay.
Is that how it works now?
Actually, yeah, that is how they're trying to change shit in America. I identify as a cow today.
Oh, I like that. Somebody just sent, Change-O just sent Guerrilla Warfare with fair spelled F-A-R, excuse me, F-A-I-R.
That's pretty good.
Let's just leave it AMC Gorillas for now. If we have to change it, we will.
Yeah, just mention it. Didn't want to see anybody in trouble or have.
No, I appreciate that very much.
Midstream, that's all.
Don't worry. I mean, it's guerrilla marketing, and we're doing guerrilla stuff, so it's cool. And I mean, it's always risky to do guerrilla marketing, so we go with the risky stuff.
I'll take the blame for everything. I like it. It's like putting on your Donald Trump hat and going outside. I like violence.
All right, so what I'd like to do is if anybody wants to just come up and spitball an idea as far as, oh, we should share this here or that there or whatever the case, just to kind of get everybody thinking along the lines and maybe thinking of other ideas that we haven't thought of yet.
I don't know if this, like, this is, sorry, I was thinking about stencils, like you have a cutout of something, and then you have probably a can or something, and then you spray it on the ground, and I don't know what to do with it, but like you could lead people to an AMC, or you could like do it on roads, on walkways, wherever.
So without getting fined for defacing, the Star.
I'm not sure how that works in the US.
It's illegal.
But
it's illegal.
Okay, it works fine here.
So okay. let me rephrase. So digital guerrilla marketing.
Okay. Okay.
And that leads me to a question where I don't have a lot of experience, which is we all talk about Twitter this, Twitter that, tweet this, hashtag that. And I know that Chris had mentioned earlier that, you know, he has some familiarity, or people he knows have familiarity with TikTok, but then, you know, whether it's LinkedIn, Facebook, Instagram, wherever the case, obviously this doesn't have to, and in my opinion, shouldn't remain just on Twitter.
And if anybody needs a certificate of appreciation or anything like that to make yourself feel better, feel free to DM me and I'll send you one.
So I like where you're headed as far as emphasizing the other platforms. The really important thing really is just to kind of get on the same place about the hashtags we want to utilize, because then it doesn't matter the platform that it's on. As long as there's people targeting it and doing what they can to utilize the same exact hashtags, it will essentially trigger the algorithm if enough people do it. TikTok is very particular with stuff like hashtags.
Yeah, I think the way I'm envisioning it, and you know, I am not the most well versed in how these mechanisms work, so I'll just kind of vomit out my thought process, and then you tell me if you think it's valid or if there's a better way. The idea would be like if it's Act 2 popcorn, you know, they have a promoted tweet or a tweet, and you're going to put a tweet embodying AMC Perfectly Popcorn on their tweet to kind of capitalize on their exposure. The hashtag that's of importance is still hashtag AMC Perfectly Popcorn. Maybe you want to throw in an at AMC Theaters, you know, just because it can't hurt. But then the purpose of the hashtag AMC Gorillas with a Z is to make other people aware that are trying to do the same thing that you just did that there. So somebody can go in and search and see all the stuff that's been done by AMC Gorillas, if you will, and then say, okay, I like that idea. I'm going to use that, and I'm going to go do it on, I don't even know another popcorn brand, but some other popcorn brands, you know, tweet. And then again, hashtag AMC Gorillas this way. That's really just like a tracer for us to see, like one another, to see what's being done by others, to emulate it if we think it's a good idea. It doesn't replace the need for the hashtag that deals with the, you know, hashtag AMC credit card, hashtag AMC Perfectly Popcorn, hashtag
put the laundry in the dryer,
Dragons at AMC, or whatever the particular specific hashtag may be associated with whatever messaging is trying to be accomplished at that moment on that tweet.
Yeah, you're definitely on the right track. I will emphasize, you don't want to go overboard on hashtags. You don't want to really do more than 2 or 3, because then the algorithm will kick them down. It'll just be too much.
You're saying 2 or 3 in one tweet.
In one tweet, yeah. You
Right.
don't
Maximum,
want to go overboard. Yeah, you don't want to go overboard because that'll suppress it. It'll do the opposite of what we're looking for. Another good trick is, especially for TikTok at least, is to look for the trending hashtags.
Not only that, bad back, like
not related to what you're particularly talking about.
Yeah, I mean,
the algorithm picks up on them. And for example, there's this TikTok right now filter that's going around that's from the Nicolas Cage movie, and it's the guy eating a sandwich, and everybody's using this filter. And what happens is then your TikTok proceeds to snowball essentially. So that's just a suggestion as well, is to use random hashtags to kind of pull in and get people that you wouldn't normally get, and also create exposure because those hashtags.
Is that her?
So look at what's already trending and then incorporate it into the tweet.
Yes, but well, you don't even really have to. You just have to put the hashtag or use the filter essentially. If you're doing a TikTok, something like that. No, that's a little extreme. That's for people who are doing TikToks. But if you're like commenting, then it's hashtags. Correct.
All right, here we go.
So I just posted one up the top here, and this is just as an example of like, and you can drop out the last part of what I put on there because I just did that for the very first example. But I posted up my tweet from John Wick 4 when I got the bucket and the coins, and I said, you can pick up these amazing, cool movie memorabilia at AMC movie theaters. Be sure and get yours. and I put hashtag Keanu Reeves because I actually looked him up. He doesn't have his
Hashtag
own
Keanu
Twitter account, but he
Reeves.
does have Keanu
Good
Reeves
job.
hashtag, which is trending. And so I put that in there with the hashtag of AMC Gorillas, and so that's like, I guess that is that a good example of what it is that we're trying to accomplish right there?
Yeah, you spelled AMC Gorillas wrong, but other than that, it was perfect.
Dang it! What did I put in wrong?
No, I'm kidding. You spelled it right.
Okay. I would do something like that. And I was like, shit.
I think that's exactly what I'm
like having a child, right?
You think that's gonna work, so to speak?
I mean, absolutely. I will say, I'll emphasize this again. That's why I was saying the acronym, because I am actually fearful that people would not spell it correctly. And then it really kind of deflates the point of the emphasis of the hashtag.
It just needs to be tweeted a few times and then it pops up while you tweet it. So I think we'll overcome that.
Yeah, you are
correct. You're saying once it's been tweeted enough, people can put in hashtag AMCG and it'll pre-populate.
And it pops up. Yeah.
Yeah, she's correct.
So we have a little dog up here. Do you want to say anything?
Well, I do want to say something.
Here we go.
I can help you guys because I have a PhD in marketing, and it's been apes for so long that to switch to gorillas at this point, it violates the Marksman-Spiegel principle of marketing, which is that you don't cross-mingle or contaminate your branding. So I think that really it's kind of counterproductive to switch to gorillas at this point. But what I would suggest is that everybody go to an AMC theater and do what Ape Father did, because I think that worked really well the first time. If you all just run and yell, you can't kill Michael Myers, and millions coming, baby, that I think that will get more attention than hashtagging a lot of gorilla stuff, which is just going to really confuse people. And that's all I wanted to say. Thanks for having me on.
The gorillas aspect was from the standpoint of guerrilla marketing as opposed to apes, which is just, community members. So I guess almost, for lack of a better term, and this isn't really, it's not meant to be compartmentalized or anything, but
look at him shooting down another idea.
Gorillas are a subset of apes, people doing
But I was
marketing.
looking for this call and I couldn't find it because it's AMC Gorillas, and I was looking for AMC apes.
It's
and I
not true. It says AMC twice up there. So if you would have looked correctly, you would have found it.
But it doesn't say AMC apes. That's what I was looking for.
No,
it's been apes.
It just says AMC twice. So
now,
but I'm telling you that you're being very counterproductive. So good luck.
What did Godfather do as far as running in and saying Michael Myers won't die or something?
Ape Father, yeah, you can find his video. It's out there on YouTube.
Is he still alive? That's amazing. Okay, so I guess we had that conversation.
Michael Myers got 20 more episodes to do.
Oh, also, there's a really great channel that you guys should all check out, Scott Allen Finance. It's the bomb. Okay, thanks, bye.
Oh, so she's with the other guy because he was pushing the same.
Yeah, it's funny. It's funny. Like
I always say, never boot them too quickly because you'll give them enough rope to hang themselves from. So
yeah,
the guy,
I didn't boot her. I just muted her because of the voice and everything.
I get this all the time. They literally come in and they name drop, and then they bail. And it's
so the guy Woot Woot had dropped the same name.
I was going to say David, but I like hanging them myself. I don't like them hanging themselves. I like doing it.
No, but I want to have something solid that there's no question. Like to sit there and say, hey, all right, my only goal I'm about to leave is to make sure I say this guy's name out loud. Kind of shows me where the person's coming from.
Just realize that I don't know if you want to give her any credit for being having a background in the field of marketing, but realize that the people who are doing that are the ones who are trying to go out and market these people to us, though.
Right. I mean, she's got a
PhD. Hey, baby, I can sell my bucket of shit as the best world's fertilizer in the world.
PhD in marketing.
She's got a PhD in marketing, but yet on a Sunday night, she's in spaces trying to say a guy's name out loud. That's her marketing strategy. Brilliant.
Yeah.
I guarantee you I can sell a 5-gallon bucket of my own shit. Like I said, the best fertilizer in the world. I can too.
It might just take a couple days.
Okay, so what's up with Zach? He's new. What's your take on
nice, Lynn?
We're doing.
I got your joke, David.
These people suck.
Thank you, Zach. What's going on?
He's busy.
I have a sneaking suspicion Zach and
Me
I on the same
too,
buzz.
but we want to see what happens, right?
Might want to watch the Nest. Just
I have him blocked. But what's up, Zach?
Oh, the Nest.
Zach going once. Well, let me first preface it with this. Bottom left-hand corner is the
fake
unmute
name.
button. Bottom left-hand corner is the unmute button.
Stuffing your face with a fucking dick sandwich.
Hold on.
I'm sorry, my bad. Oh, God dang it. I'm sorry.
Zach
nice.
going once. Zach going twice. Zach
bad, Zach.
is.
Go eat that sandwich. I'm sorry.
Wow.
I said that word.
What a bunch of clowns. Seriously.
It is at 8:22 where I'm at, so it's nighttime. It's okay.
Nighttime.
Children
Bedtime? Past your bedtime.
Have any children here? I'm sorry. I'll put out a warning.
Take my teeth out.
More constructively, anybody want to come up with other ideas, please request and do so.
I mean, I thought your ideas were pretty
There's
good,
Leo.
Lynn.
Leo had
Personally.
something good today. I remember seeing.
What up? What up? What up?
What's going on?
Leo, do you not respond to your DMs?
You said LMAO, dude. That's all you said.
No, but you knew why, and so like I need a response. That's Nazi's rule. If I'm gonna,
there's no response. I ended up deleting the tweet. I don't know what's wrong with that, guys.
Oh my God. Okay.
Something's wrong.
Yo, Transformers is coming out soon.
Transformer comes out June 30th.
They don't understand sarcasm. Yeah, they don't understand anything really.
He's not, in the 8 movement.
Yeah.
So I wouldn't say that picture's doctored up, but that gorilla has green eyes, green laser
Definitely
eyes.
does. Definitely does.
God.
But more importantly,
yeah.
You see, I can't expect AMC to tell us what merch is coming for what movies in advance because that defeats the whole purpose of like the excitement they create, the buzz, right? And we know of a story where an employee or a manager or something from one of the AMCs shared something with the new Fast and Furious movie with the car that was coming out, and they ended up getting fired for it. So they obviously take sharing the merchandise in advance very seriously. But to advertise the shit out of AMC as it relates to Transformers, that's another movie where there's going to be a shit ton of merch. There's going to be a huge, loyal following for the movie.
So their whole idea is basically just
even an ape
tweet hashtags on the merch.
Yeah,
wasn't
that's what
there
he's talking
something in the trailer?
Okay.
Yeah, I just posted that at the top. You can see the the cardboard cutout that they usually have at the movie theaters.
The standees.
Yeah, those standees to promote the movie. So I saw that today. This guy named Tyler Disney, he posted a picture of it, and he wrote hashtag at AMC and then Rise of the Beast, which is the Transformers movie. And I just kind of zoomed in, kind of looking to see if, looking for anything, looking at the detail of everything. And I'm like, that's strange. The gorilla, his eyes are green. He or she, however he wants to identify, you know what I mean. But there's a
what a time we live in, man.
What a time.
Yeah, it's the laser eyes. That's
There's
how we started.
laser eyes on the silverback right there. Like, I don't know.
Everybody else's eyes, if I'm looking at this
it's
right.
like
laser
blue.
eyes. Boy, remember that?
Kind of blue. The cheetah looks like it's maybe yellow. The rhino might have a green eye there. But the gorilla, you can't miss that at all. Those are green eyes. I just thought that was super cool.
Oh, it's so amazing.
The rhino is like not green. That's like blue-gray.
I can't tell. I'm zoomed in. I'm looking.
Yeah, and what
yellow, kind of
like
green.
Actually, it is kind
there is no gatekeeping. Any idiot can go on these goddamn spaces and say they're stupid ass ideas, and everybody's like, "Oh my God, that's a great idea."
What are they called?
None of these ideas are worth a shit.
Autobots, thank you. I knew Decepticons. I couldn't think of Autobots. Are blue, and I think Decepticons are red.
Yeah, that could be it. I got to go look at the trailer and see if I noticed green eyes with the animal Autobots or whatever they are.
So, but let's just on a more fundamental level look at the size of that standee, right?
It's huge.
So that tells you that AMC is expecting.
This is a bunch of grown fucking men talking about this shit too.
They're expecting it to be a huge blockbuster, right? So again, that's an opportunity where if somebody's a Transformer, fan, hardcore Transformer fan, they're probably already talking about the movie, right? That's the time, in my opinion, for the guerrilla marketing of it all to start making them think, hey, I want to go see it in AMC. Hey, AMC is going to have some crazy merchandise that I'm going to want to get my hands on. Well before it's the 11th hour is my point.
Yeah.
I loved her. I loved it, man. She was beautiful. I watched the first one 5 times because of Megan Fox. I didn't see anything else.
So I can validate Transformers do really well. Their history in the theaters it's monumental. Pretty much all of them. It's a big family film because obviously being cartoons originally, you get a lot of families coming in.
I am here, guys. I'm just
and just to kind of follow
just
up
listening.
on what you were talking about, David, with marketing and movie theaters, they are very, very, very particular about releasing information too soon. So it is kind of tough.
Did you bring it inside?
I agree that
Dude, mute your microphone.
Where is it?
Hey, Leo, you got a hot mic. I agree that they need to do better marketing because they're missing the spot, in my opinion. They could be emphasizing these popcorn containers a little earlier, but we don't know what kind of negotiation, because every theater has pre-negotiations about production type things like this. For example, when I worked for a different theater chain, they had glasses that were promotion glasses that they would serve drinks in. Well, you were not even allowed to remove them from a certain room in the building until a certain date, and even sometimes a certain exact time. Disney in particular is very, very particular about that. If that gets out,
you don't say.
Companies will get sued or fined, or you can get in some serious trouble.
Yeah, we had one of the managers from AMC in a space the other night. We were talking about this a little bit, and they were saying that they keep it in the liquor room because it's like the most secure, locked up, limited access, room in the building beforehand.
Yeah.
For the same reason.
Yeah, see, for where I worked, we actually kept it in an electrical room. So not even any team members had access to it. Because like liquor, yes, a manager goes in there primarily, but sometimes you would have hourlies going in there. Where in an electrical room, managers are the only people that are in there, so they can kind of deduce if something would happen, who it could have derived from to be ultimate.
Hey, David, why don't we do like a test pilot, like a pilot, and while it's tough to know what the merchandise is going to be ahead of time, why don't we focus on things that we know are out there? I mean, Creed merchandise is still out there. We can do a promo for the Creed merchandise, put a link right to the AMC merch site, right directly to the Creed products. You tag Michael B. Jordan, whatever other appropriate tags you want to put on there. Dungeons and Dragons merch is out there. I mean, why don't we try see what kind of visibility and number of hits and all that we can get.
Number of hits.
I think that's a great idea. I wonder. I mean, I think it's a great idea for like exercising the muscle, but I would expect that the exposure will be less on something that's already out as opposed to anything that comes out. But I think it's still a good idea because I think it still serves a purpose, which is to get people on the merchandise site at this point, buy some Creed stuff. I think as far as D&D goes, when I looked this morning, almost everything was sold out.
Why? Okay.
How
in the fuck is selling this shitty merchandise?
I was saying at the beginning that if we could
going to do shit for these investors. That's my question.
And release to us what can be released, we can help them. And
this is ridiculous.
Sure, with hundreds of thousands.
All this wasted time. They could have used this time educating on themselves on how the markets and mechanics of the markets work. Instead, they cackle like a bunch of teenage girls at a slumber party. That's way more generous than I would have been. But yeah.
To come in and talk with us.
Why would anybody want to come in and talk with you?
Do it, but I think it's a sticky scenario because, like I said, the production regulations and restrictions are very extensive, and so I really think if we bring them in, it
gotta
could
be
help
fucking
us, but
kidding
it could
me.
also hurt us as well.
Okay.
There's another side to that also, and
I'm gonna pause this for a minute, and we're gonna come over here and let's hear what Donnie has to say about the Swiss prosecutors.
It's not financial advice, it's not legal advice, for entertainment educational purposes only, and anything I say is my opinion. Please don't make any financial
Don't make any financial.
That being said, hit the like button, subscribe button, all that YouTube algorithm stuff, so you get the videos when I put them out. See what I'm thinking, see I'm analyzing that data. Like I tell you every day, the data they release us is false. Man, it gives a false narrative of the market so we can make bad trading decisions. Listen, the Credit Suisse UBS takeover with the help of the Swiss government might not be finalized. That whole system is being under review now by Swiss federal prosecutors. They are investigating whether or not criminal activity was involved in the transfer of Credit Suisse being taken over by UBS, and also whether government officials were involved in these criminal activities. Now, I personally have no idea what the focus of the investigation is, but there was something that they did that was so outside the norms that it gave me pause. It raised my antennas. When people do things that's outside the norm, it raises my antennas. And one of the things that the Swiss government did for UBS is they canceled all the AT1 bonds, but paid the shareholders, but gave the shareholders money. And I believe, in my opinion, that was done so that Saudi Arabia didn't lose all their money. That was done because Saudi Arabia had invested $1.5 billion in the Credit Suisse, and had they wiped out the entire shareholders, Saudi Arabia would have been...
He thought that was funny.
$1 billion in the Credit Suisse, and had they wiped out the entire Saudi Arabia would have been down $1.5 billion. But because they decided to give up the bonds, the bondholders, the 81 bondholders were wiped out, and they gave the shareholders pennies on the dollar, which means that Saudi Arabia was able to recoup their investment. And the way it's supposed to work, bondholders are always paid before shareholders. Anywhere else in the world, when a company goes down and they start...
Why is he yelling?
Off, the bondholders are supposed to be paid.
I feel sorry for his mother.
But
has to put up with listening to this shit all the time.
I'll tell you the whole buy or sell, and you can disagree with me. I believe that they broke that law, and I believe that might be the focus of the investigation. And the reason they did that was to appease Saudi Arabia and burn the bondholders. Not saying that that is the focus
tell me what you think.
But I believe more than likely that is the focus of the investigation, because whenever a company goes down, you pay the bondholders first, and then the shareholders get what's left. Not the shareholders and screw over the bondholders. It doesn't work like that in any economy, in any country, anywhere in the world. Anyway, please leave some comments. Tell me what you think.
Okay.
Do you think Swiss federal prosecutors...
How the fuck do these people have any clue how to leave a comment on that?
This not financial advice.
Oh, look, a new one. 1 hour ago.
Only anything I say is my opinion.
See, if you wait, good things come. Well, shit things come to those who wait.
Please don't make any financial decision based on anything I say. That being said, hit the like button, subscribe button, all that YouTube algorithm stuff, so you get the videos I put them out. See what I'm thinking, see I'm analyzing that data. But like I tell every day, the data they release us is false. Man, it gives a false narrative of the market so we can make bad trading decisions. False. Listen, according to routers, R-U-T-E-R-S.
Reuters, okay? Reuters.
The money supply is shrinking. It is drying up on levels they haven't seen since the 1930s.
Liquidity's drying up.
And you know what the 1930s were? The middle of the depression that started in 1929 when the market crashed. And those are the numbers we're seeing now. some people are saying it's because of all the money they printed during COVID. But here's the thing. Bank deposits are going down. They're not making any of those high-risk loans anymore. They're calling in the high-risk loans, and their liquidity is drying.
There it is. There it is.
That tells me that we're going to see
drying up.
A downtrend in the market very, very soon. And I'm going to tell you to buy, hold, or sell any stock.
No,
but these bad actors are between a rock and a hard place, and they have nowhere to turn.
Sure sounds like it kind of is to me.
Liquidity dries up. What are they going to be forced to do? They're going to be forced to sell their long positions at these discounted rates.
Oh, yeah. Right.
Because remember,
that whole narrative.
Well, I don't even margin anymore. I stopped doing that. I stopped doing margin because I am afraid of margin. I stopped doing margin because I'm afraid of margin. I go straight cash account. But here's the thing. They're over leveraged 20, 50, sometimes 100 to 1. So when their stock price drops 5, 10%, they are in trouble. So
now who actually believes this shit?
And we're not just talking about in the stock market.
Drying up.
In the whole U.S. economy, liquidity is drying up.
Drying up. How many times are we going to hear that today?
Long positions at a discount, and then they'll be forced to close their AMC and GME shorts, and we should go to the moon, and we should see.
Are you fucking kidding me?
They want us to believe they could do this forever, and because the SEC has refused to do their job, because our regulatory agencies have refused to police
do their job.
That's why we are in the position we're in. And remember,
the position of losing all of your fucking money?
Created this great buying opportunity for us. Their greed created the possibility for
their greed created your greed, huh?
Into millions.
Is that how it works?
Anyway, please leave some comments. Tell me what you think.
Man, this guy is a fucking numbnuts.
Money supply is because of all the money they printed during COVID, or because these greedy hedgies and market makers and their co-conspirators, their money's drying up because they made billions of counterfeit AMC shares. Anyway, have a great day. God bless.
Or maybe it's the real fucking reason. God, having to do with the Fed. Oh my God. I mean, fucking hell. Jesus Christ. How in the... Again, sometimes I don't even have words for... I have no fucking words. No fucking words. Shit. God damn it. All right. Liquidity is drier than Janet Yellen's front lawn. Yeah, he doesn't margin. Well, he's afraid of margin because it burned him once. I swear to God, there's nothing coming out today. All this bullshit. Every time I look. Who's this?
AMC is charging more for middle seats in
Associated Press.
The movie theater chain unveiled.
That's old. That's old. That's old. Margin call. Get ready. Oh God. Margin calls. Charles Payne just confirmed margin calls. You know what? They were thinking about margin calls, but DTCC had to call Charles Payne, get him to approve it, and then Charles Payne confirmed it. Yes, that's how it works. I am not an attorney, CPA, lender, or financial advisor. Yeah. What you are is a grifter.
Get ready for a blast off. In today's video, I have a major update for AMC stock.
Yeah, you say that every fucking day.
And guys, if you own AMC stock, you need to watch this video. Before I begin, if you like AMC stock, be sure to smash that like button.
Come on. Margin calls, really.
Would appreciate it. Also, be sure to hit that subscribe button.
Hit the like button before you even listen to my video, because if I ask you to do it afterwards, you won't want to, because it's a shit video.
Be sure to do your own research and verify
what you meant to say.
yourself, as I'm not a financial advisor. So let's get right into it, guys. So in this video, I want to go over the shocking statement by Charles Payne regarding margin calls and why I think this message could be a clue to what might happen next. Make sure you guys pay close attention to what I'm about to share with you because this is absolutely nuts. So according to Charles Payne, he states, believe it or not, I watched margin call for the first time. So I clip on Twitter earlier this week, perfect time to watch it. Now, Charles Payne made this post just a few hours ago, but if you pay close attention to his last sentence on the post, he states perfect time to watch it. Is Charles Payne suggesting that we are about to see margin calls very soon? I don't know, but to me, this seems like he is making a prediction, and I wouldn't be surprised if we do start to see margin calls take place for institutions or investors that are leveraged. The reason I predict margin calls could be on the way is because I do think the Fed
because you predict them all the time.
As soon as 3 months from now, which typically indicates we could be approaching the bottom of the market. The market typically bottoms out sometime after the Fed pivots. Furthermore, I do want to warn you guys, this week could be extremely volatile for stocks as the former president Donald Trump could be arrested this Tuesday, so make sure you guys are prepared. Now,
what does that have to do with fucking shit?
Let me know if you think margin calls are on the way. With that said, if you enjoyed this quick update, be sure to smash that like button. I really would appreciate it.
Also, oh my God, what the fuck? That's it? That's the video. Wow, nice. Oh my God. I mean, it's unbelievable anymore. Unfucking believable that these people think that this shit, is credible. If they actually do think it's credible, maybe they just want to make a buck. But either way, you got to be fucking kidding me. You have got to be kidding me. Okay. Let's see what we got here. Yeah, it's circular reporting. That's a good way of putting it. Circular fucking reporting. And none of it makes any fucking sense. None of it. This is another Benji here. Well, you know what? We could stray outside MMTLP. Let's see what they got today. Self-contained circle jerk. Yeah. MMTLP. Freedom of Information Act shocker. Yeah. I didn't see it. I didn't see any shockers in that FOIA document, but hey. All right. Sorry, I had to go back because I'm not sure. They knew? So they stopped trading on a company that was being investigated for fraud, and somehow that amounts to failing retail investors. What am I missing here? I don't get it. You guys, they invested in some bullshit. It turned out to be bullshit. And the authorities in this instance appears that they were aware of it. So you want them to give you 2 days of trading on something that they thought in December was potentially fraud. That's never going to happen. You lost your money. Get the fuck over it. I mean, seriously, get the fuck over it. That is a risk that you enter into knowingly when you invest in this fucking garbage. Fuck MMTLP and these fucking clowns. I'm so sick of hearing about this shit. Give us 2 days of trading. No, you don't get 2. Why would they do that? Who the fuck would buy it? Besides a bunch of their own people. You want to talk about a closed session circle jerk? That's it right there. Why would anybody trade a stock? Oh my God. Fuck MMTLP. You're a bunch of bag holders. Sorry, you lost your fucking money. That's the risk that you take when you put your money into penny stock. And no, there's no fucking smoking gun. And they're not going to let it fucking trade. FINRA halted trading because it was obvious that some investors were going to buy worthless shares. And if that's true, then they should be thanking fucking FINRA. Good fucking God. FINRA knew the truth. They knew the truth. Why don't what is the truth? What is the truth that you're talking about? I'm not watching an 18-minute video. Somebody's got to say it in less time than that. This guy is a clown.
Hello,
Look at
welcome
this
to the
guy.
show. Today is April 1st, 2023. This is not an April Fool's joke. This is real as far as I know.
Well, you got to love it when you have to say that.
There's been breaking news about a
Oh, the FAQ. I looked at it the other day.
that has come out from FINRA. So it's basically a FOIA request, right? So let's see what's going on. Big shout out and thanks to Meta Sport Channel. He called me up, told me about what's going on. That he basically said the internet is breaking right now, and check it out. It's really important. So this is what's going on. This is from a FOIA request. This is thanks, big shout out and thanks to Howard, Mike Alexa 543 for getting this FOIA request.
They think that this is good for them
and sharing it with everyone.
What a joke!
I'll give you a little bit of time to read the FOIA request, but
they're like 100% backwards on everything that they believe. It's so crazy.
And to other people at FINRA as well too. Of course, there's a lot of stuff that's redacted. The dates are December 5th of this last email. Okay, so this is before the U3 halt was enacted. Okay, and it started on November 29th. Basically, the key sentence is, this MMTLP matter has now hit my fraud team's radar screen and seemingly a lot of other radar screens as well. And then later on it says, we're looking at the two issuers from a fraud manipulation angle, and in fact, blue sheeting both MMAT and MMTLP as we speak.
Okay, great.
The two issuers imply that there are market makers, hedge funds involved in this. So they are looking at market makers.
What are you talking about? The two issuers implies that there are market makers involved? Do you not know what the fucking term issuer is referring to? Listen to this shit.
MMAT and MMTLP.
All right, I'm going to go back.
A lot of other radar screens as well. And then later on it says, we're looking at the two issuers from a fraud manipulation angle, and in fact, blue sheeting both MMAT and MMTLP as we speak. The two issuers imply that there are market makers, hedge funds involved in this. So they are looking at market makers and hedge funds. So these are the two issuers, potentially.
What? No, the two issuers are MMAT and MMTLP, you fucking retard. How fucking, oh my God. This guy has no fucking clue. No fucking clue. Listen to this. He thinks the two issuers, they're talking about the two stocks. How are they not talking about the two stocks? How does this involve hedge funds and market makers? Yeah. Oh, yeah. The two issuers. But obviously, he means Citadel and Virtu. What? I didn't catch that when I watched this video last night.
Blue sheeting both MMAT and MMTLP as we speak.
Yes.
The two issuers imply that there are market makers, hedge funds involved in this. So they are looking at market makers and hedge funds. So these are the two issuers, potentially.
Yeah, market makers don't issue shares. The issuers are the companies. Look, it says down here, 2 issuers equals market makers / hedge funds. I mean, this right here is a prime example of how clueless, how utterly clueless these fucking idiots are. I mean, this is insane. This is insanity. This is fucking crazy. I cannot fucking believe this shit. Thanks for all that you do. Oh my God. Public companies issue shares. I mean, holy fucking hell. I gotta hear that one more time and then I'm gonna let it play, okay? God damn.
The 2 issuers imply that there are market makers, hedge funds involved in this. So they are looking at market makers and hedge funds. So these are the 2 issuers, potentially. And this is...
So fucking smug in his ignorance, too. Wow.
It's April 1st, but I do not believe this is an April Fool's joke of any way, shape, or form. This is, this actually hit John Berta's a radar screen. He saw this and he said, "Hey, do you know who got this? But can you say smoking gun?" Yes, it looks like a smoking gun to me. The blue sheets were pulled, so they knew and they halted because of what they saw on the blue sheets. Okay, it's time for FINRA to come clean. And yes, I checked. Sam works for FINRA. So by Sam, of course, he is referring to who is it? He's referring to. He's referring to Sam. Sam does work for FINRA. Okay. So it's in the from, by the way. So later on, we also see a response from Meta News. He says, "Hey, look, there's FINRA evidence. FINRA admits to checking blue sheet data of MMTLP on 12/5, December 5. FINRA pre-plans the U3 prior to the corporate action on December 5 and December 8th. So there were different corporate actions. One changed the word canceled to the word deleted, etc. And on December 8th, after market hours were closed, they issued a corporate action that on December 9th and 12th, there would be a U3 trading halt on MMTLP. FINRA alleges and notifies hedge funds and insiders. So
where is that contained in these fucking documents? Where is it fucking contained in these goddamn documents that they allegedly notified hedge funds and insiders? Nope. That is not in the fucking documents. Unless you think that the 2 issuers are hedge funds and market makers. Fucking idiots. Oh my God. What the fuck? FINRA allegedly notifies hedge funds and insiders so they can short it down and then not cover their shares. What the fuck?
They could have notified hedge funds and insiders as way back as December 5th or earlier. MMTLP then dropped.
That's not what they fucking do. Somebody who doesn't know what the term issuer means has no fucking business talking about FINRA notifying hedge funds. Okay? Can we agree on that? All right, good.
From $7 to $2.90 on 12/8. This was because hedge funds know that there's a U3 halt coming. So if they know that there's a U3 halt coming, they can smash the price down as much as they want.
Right, and then
FINRA halts trading.
And then how do they realize their profits then, buddy?
Okay. So the question is, did FINRA collude with shorts against 65,000 plus retail investors? It certainly looks like it. Certainly looks like it. Anyway.
It certainly looks like it.
It's not financial advice. This information is intended for entertainment.
Yeah, clearly it's not because you don't know the fucking terms of what you're talking about. What an idiot. Oh my God. I fucking hate that guy. Yes, and yes, the penny stocks are doing the Fed's job, wiping out all this fucking money. Yep. Yep. Oh, look at this guy. Oh, look at this guy. 2.5 hours talking about this bullshit. Oh, God. Release the blue sheets. So fucking arrogant about their ignorance. It's crazy. It is crazy. They have no reading comprehension skills at all. Yeah, they give Dan Brown a run for his money. Yep. And here's 3 more hours with this old guy. Okay. Oh, Houston Wade. Great. All right. Fast forward to his stupid intro.
223E Have you heard anything about MMTLP? No. Not a thing. Not a dip darn doodle. Nothing. So aside from FINRA sending out their second frequently asked questions where they deleted a whole bunch of stuff and added a whole bunch of other stuff, Tony Twits had a great tweet yesterday showing like what was deleted and what was added in context.
That's the guy we just saw.
Pretty brilliant. But no, haven't heard anything. Well, we may not hear for another month or so until the court finally like spits out something like, we acknowledge you exist, and then they go back to not doing anything.
That's a really good point, Manny.
Probably be my guess. No, Jason Blackwell. Hey, Houston, I went to the worst zoo in the world. All they had was a dog. It was a Shih Tzu. Travel sessions, travel music videos. Whoa. A lot of travel in there. Between changing the frequently asked questions and the backdated delete, shouldn't that be enough to show the judge that FINRA will manipulate evidence? Yes.
What judge?
I think so.
The judge?
I think there's more than enough to show that FINRA will manipulate and falsify evidence all day long.
What?
Give answers out of both sides of their mouth. And
how do you get that?
So there you go. Since the year 206, Terry Yonkers posted a video of MMTLP investor calling the brokerage to complain about AST rejecting their transfer after they'd been charged $25 to send their shares, most likely synthetics.
Oh my God.
That's happened.
You don't say.
We had some instances back in February where
that's crazy.
Where AST had to cancel the transfer because they're being sent warrants and not the actual shares.
Oh my God.
And no one could understand where the warrants came from because only the issuer can make warrants.
The issuer.
It seems like
wait. Do you mean Citadel or Virtu, or maybe you're talking about .72 hedge fund? Which issuer are you talking about, Houston? Tell us. We need to know.
We're printing warrants somehow. I don't know. It's weird.
That's weird. Yeah, super weird. Super fucking weird. Wow. Okay. Very informative. Very informative. Counterfeit shares. Oh, counterfeit shares. MMTLP stock price prediction news. Oh, this sounds fun.
And welcome everybody. We will explain MMTLP stock on 29 March. MMTLP stands for Mountain Province Diamonds Inc. Partnership Units. It's a Canadian diamond mining company. MMTLP is traded on the...
This must be a different MMTLP, right? I thought it wasn't trading. Yeah, I don't know what the fuck this guy's talking about. He's got the wrong goddamn ticker here or something. Mountain Province Diamonds Incorporated? MPVDF. MPV. What? That's not even... How... Yeah, Here, let me bring this over here. Stock price, MPVDF. Mountain Province Diamonds. What in the fucking hell? I clearly that's wrong. Okay. I don't know what the fuck. Okay, here's this guy again.
Let me give you an example of why I think U.S. markets are very corrupt. Okay. There were some preferred shares, Series A preferred shares, which was trading in an OTC market. Okay. And those preferred shares represented ownership in some assets, oil and gas land in West Texas. They traded under the stock symbol MMTLP. Okay. Now, those preferred shares were going to be spun out into a private company called Nextbridge Hydrocarbons. And hedge funds had about six months to close their short positions in MMTLP before the spin out happened, right? Before it was going to be spun out into a private company. But it looks like FINRA conspired with the hedge funds to keep the short positions open. And this created a situation where there are now short positions in a private company. Okay? Now, let's not forget, a short position means that the security was sold before it was ever purchased. Right? The seller intended to buy back the shares at a later time when the price is lower. At least that's the theory. Now, don't forget, short sellers sell something that they do not own. And this creates dilution. That dilution depresses share prices up until the shares are repurchased, right?
Wrong. You are wrong. That's not how it works. You are an idiot. It does not create dilution, you dumb motherfucker.
Because they sold something they didn't own, so that they need to be.
So U.S. markets are corrupt because they allow short selling, which dilutes the price until the shares are purchased. Give me a fucking break, dude. Why don't you tell us what issuers means?
Just back. Okay. So, when I say there are short positions open in a private company, right? Basically, a private company is a company that is not freely tradable on a public exchange, right? So when there are short positions open in a private company, that means that private company shares have been counterfeited. Let me repeat. When there are short positions open in a private company, that basically means that the private company shares have essentially been counterfeited. Okay? Now, what happened? FINRA, instead of, having the shorts close their positions, they pulled a U3 extraordinary event, halt. Okay? That stopped trading of all MMTLP shares before the shorts would have to close their positions, right? And this is what created...
But guess what, genius? If shorts can't close their positions, how do they fucking get their profit that's sitting there? And I've been over this. We've looked at articles and resources that talk about this myth that short sellers want to bankrupt companies or yada yada yada. But the reality is, if you can't buy the shares, then you cannot close your short position. If you can't close your short position, guess what? Guess what? You can't realize your profit. So what the fuck is this guy talking about? Oh my.
Fraudulent counterfeit shares. A lot of people, 65,000 plus shareholders, had a lot of questions about this. There was a lot of concern about this. They wrote to their congressman, etc. Right?
Well, it's not really their concern. It's not really for them to worry about. Now, is it? Is it really their concern? Is it something that they should be worried about? Oh, FINRA, we just want to make sure that the shorts can access their profits and realize their profit that's sitting there. That's so nice of you guys. Holy fuck. And yes, Chris, we are still going because now we are talking about MMTLP. Okay.
They wrote to FINRA. They wrote to everyone. So something like 100 days later, FINRA writes an FAQ about it. They write an FAQ. Okay. Oops. And their FAQ basically verified the existence of the short positions in a private company. Okay. Here's what they should have done. What they should have done, right, was they.
Well, see now that you're gonna have to do better than that. You're gonna have to do better than that. Okay. That's not what it says. That's not what it says there. It says that adjusting broker-dealers have operational conventions in place for adjusting short positions following a corporate action. In this instant, FINRA understands that firms have adjusted short positions in MMTLP to reflect an equal-sized short position in NextBridge, i.e. an account with a short position of 100 shares of MMTLP now reflects a short position of 100 shares in NextBridge. So I think we can understand what they mean there. If you were short MMTLP, now you're short NextBridge. In other words, the corporate action did not compel short positions to be closed or extinguish any obligations associated with outstanding short positions. What is the fucking issue?
Something like 100 days later, FINRA writes an FAQ about it. They write an FAQ. Okay. Oops. And their FAQ basically verified the existence of the short positions in a private company. Okay.
No. No.
Here's what they should have done. What they should have done, right, was they should have instructed brokers.
And let me guess. What they should have done basically would have resulted in you profiting massively off of a fucking short squeeze that you thought was a sure thing. I'm just going out on a limb when I suggest that. Well, let's find out.
Of a corporate action that shorts have to close their positions.
Nobody
December 12th,
ever, no, you find me one instance of when anybody says, oh, shorts, you have to close your positions. They're obsessed with the fact that they think that shorts will have to close their positions, and it just does not work like that. Come on.
2022, right? And they should have informed brokers that on December 9th and 12th, all trading should be position close only, right? That means that longs, people who've purchased the shares, they can sell the shares to shorts because they've already purchased them. They purchased them a long time ago, right? Now, shorts, these are people who've sold things they do not own. They can close their positions, which means that they can.
Yeah, like it's such a negative thing. Sold shares they don't own. You fucking retard. Lynn, you don't have to apologize, okay? Don't apologize. Don't apologize. You did great. Okay? And enjoy your dog walk. There isn't much to work with. And you know, yeah.
They sold them.
They are the worst.
They've sold something they didn't own. They can close their positions prior to December 12th, 2022. That would force shorts. That would, and if they did not close their positions by December 12th of 2022, their positions would have been closed for them, force closed. And that would have forced reconciliation. That would have prevented any fraudulent counterfeit shares from coming into existence, right?
But they said that they created the shares in the other. Okay.
They would have reconciled the shares, but they didn't do that. Instead, they did this U3 extraordinary event halt, okay? So it certainly looks to me like FINRA may have conspired with hedge funds to keep the short positions open into the spin out of a private company, right? And don't forget, a short position in a private company is equal to a fraudulent counterfeit shares. So FINRA may have conspired with hedge funds to create fraudulent counterfeit shares, okay? And, FINRA is a self-regulatory agency. They were empowered by Congress. They report to the SEC. And their stated goal is to provide a resource for investors to feel confident about investing in U.S. markets, right? Instead, it looks like they're working with certain hedge funds to enable counterfeiting of U.S. stocks and fleecing investors. So that's why I think U.S. markets are corrupt,
Okay, because wow, that was weak as fuck. Okay. Okay, all right. God damn it. FINRA gets caught. 20K a share rant. Oh, all right. Here's this guy with another 2 hours. Another 2 hours. Terry Yonker. Whatever happened to
What's going on, Meta fam? In today's video, we are going to focus on Frank Nez's article where the
I love Frank Nez.
Investors are now reaching out to the Oversight Committee. So like I said, the links will be down below. So like I said, go give them support for Frank Nez's article here, and let's get to it here. Get the camera ready. Boom. All right, here we are on the website.
I swear to God, this fucking website looks like a natural gas website.
NASDAQ.com.
That fucking picture.
All these articles on here, and this one we're going to be talking about right now is the MMTL investors now reaching out to Oversight Committee. This was published on March 24th. And here we go. Beautiful logo there, little thumbnail there. I like that, by the way. MMTLP investors are now reaching out to the Oversight Committee as well as Financial Services and Senate Committee to make collective stance on events that occurred just months ago when FINRA froze trading and delisted the ticker. Investors who held shares of MMTLP stock on the record date of December 12th will receive preferred dividend of NextBridge Hydrocarbons on Wednesday, December 14th. Investors anticipated a long-awaited MMTLP short squeeze during the last few trading days prior to the spin.
There it is.
Primarily due to a big buying volume flooding the market to receive NextBridge Hydrocarbon shares. However, MMTLP stock
they wanted to squeeze
stopped trading on Thursday, December 8th.
They probably stopped it because they knew that these fucking idiots were trying to engineer a short squeeze,
public FAQ on the issue
so
last week.
Even more hilarious that they think that they're going to do something
rather than people
help them.
Provide shareholders
fucking
with
break.
solution or direct answer to the whereabouts of their missing stock. Remember, the way this works is everyone contacts their own reps. They all convene behind the scenes with their staff to determine who is going to run with this because it's a big deal. This is the oversight committee. They are on it, said John Berta. And there's the tweet there. All right. John Berta says subpoenas are going out. And here we go. What's interesting is that we're going to find out one way or another, whether we have to do it through the court system or whether Congress is going to effectuate change in the way that they can. We're going to find out. We're not going to stop in this effort. So we have what we believe are, if we end up filing suit in that manner, we have what we believe are basically bulletproof items that will survive motions to dismiss, and then discovery process starts. And then discovery process is a wide open door for us to understand actually who are all the bad actors. You know your broker dealers involved, market makers, hedge funds, FINRA, DTCC, everybody. Everybody's going to get subpoenaed for their information. So no, I don't believe it's going to go away. And no, I don't believe it's going to be swept under the rug. We are hitting this from both angles, through Congress and through the court system, and we're not going away. It's just going to happen, said John Berta in a space call. And Busy Brands Air, that's his tweet. What are the committees saying about MMTLP? Shareholders are stating that the Oversight Committee is aware what's happened with MMTLP, but are refusing to speak on it more. Here we go. There are no answers whether the Oversight Committee will take any action yet, but investors who have reached out and have said that the committees are very well aware of the events. The proposed Oversight Committee is to assure the efficiency, effectiveness, and accountability of the federal government and its agencies. We provide to check and balance on the role of power of Washington and voice to the people it serves. As more investors reach out to the committee, the more pressure is placed on the government to hold culprits behind the MMTLP scandal accountable. Oversight Committee number is 202-225-5074. This is a developing story, recent updates on MMTLP and other market news via the newsletter. So if you would like to subscribe to Frank Nez's news article, you can do that right here. Like I said, his website is franknez.com. And it is a fantastic article. So like I said, this is one that I wanted to come back and give Frank a shout out for another fantastic article. Last video
it's a shit article on a shit website.
Hope you all enjoyed
by a shit chill.
Drop me a comment down below. Catch you on next video, guys. Peace.
Oh God. Yeah, no, you oh, look, here's somebody. MMTLP Studios? What the fuck is this? Oh my God. Testimonials. Great. Just what everybody wants to see. Fucking bag holders talking about what they were going to do with their money or whatever. All right. Let's see. Okay, here you go. Here's the mea culpa. A Benzinga stock profile page inadvertently displayed information about AMC Entertainment and Amazon that originated from a rumor reported by another media outlet earlier this week. The stock page should have noted the unconfirmed nature of the information, and the language has been removed. Well, I mean, okay, but it's it's pretty much confirmed that they did not buy AMC on Tuesday. So, you know, okay, Benzinga. Like, why does anybody care what Benzinga says anyway? Like, who actually takes anything that they say seriously? Clowns, I guess. Anyway, here's the futures. Yeah, it's it is what it is. I don't know. Oil is finding its way back down. Natural gas is flat as hell. So is, well, and we're holding about 0.5% lower on the NASDAQ, about 0.2% lower on the S&P 500 futures, and about 0.1% higher, 0.1% higher on the Dow. So, well, it'll be another scam-ass week on Wall Street, it looks like. If you think you've got the keys to the lock on Wall Street, they're going to change the lock. So just be cognizant of that, because nothing ever works out the way that you think it should. That's just a little bit of non-financial advice. And yeah, that's a good point too. Manuel's bringing up here is the correct number, Adam Aaron, the correct numbers using latest public releases on our outstanding securities as of 3/14 were 929 million APE, 517.6 million AMC, right around 4.0 billion market cap. So Adam Aaron denying the existence of synthetic shares. He says right here, there are this many million shares of APE, this million shares of AMC. There's the market cap. Boom. That should put an end to all of this, really. Should put an end to all the speculation. But of course, now that the large percentage of apes now think Adam Aaron is fucking them. Well, who knows? But I mean, I just don't. Who knows anymore? Love that one. Which one? Basically, you're saying that I won't love it. I know. The OBV doesn't lie. Oh yeah, because we all know the OBV doesn't lie. I can't do it. I will lose my shit. I will lose my motherfucking shit. China bought AMC theaters. Oh. We already watched that. I mean, there's literally nothing. Come on, grifters. You're slacking. You're fucking slacking. Big time. A challenge to Adam. All right, here we go. Last video. Last video right now. The CSI. Here we go.
What's up, everybody? It's the Common Sense Investor coming at you with another video.
Here's a familiar face.
I want to talk about another tweet that Adam Aaron had tweeted. I talked about it earlier, the one about the vending machine. Okay,
yeah.
I'm going to give you my thoughts on that right now. But please do me a favor. Don't just click off because you disagree. Hear the whole argument out, and then you'll understand. Okay. First off, Adam Aaron tweeted that Angela Purser was correct. All right, that he would get this implemented across AMC, yet another excellent suggestion from retail investors. As I look back over the past years, AMC has greatly aided.
Look at him trying to patronize the investors.
Thinking about AMC and rooting for our success. All right, and then.
Well, but see, oops, God damn it. But the thing is, they're not rooting for the success of the company. They're not. I don't care what Sojka, Mr. AMC Fundamentals is trying to say now. They want a short squeeze, period. They don't give a fuck about the movies. And it is better when he's drunk. Although, we got another drunk guy we can look at here in a minute. So this will be the last real video. Then we'll look at a clip. Then we'll say goodnight.
All right, that he would get this implemented across AMC, yet another excellent suggestion from retail investors. As I look back over the past years, AMC is greatly aided by having an army of investors thinking about AMC and rooting for our success. All right, and then I noticed this one, CEO Adams Army, and I said, well, what the fuck? So I went and clicked on that and read some of theirs. That was cute. But her idea is a vending machine, all right? And I'm getting a lot of mixed messages on this. But people, listen, because you don't understand something doesn't mean it's a bad idea. All right?
Oh,
If you've ever been
okay.
in marketing, then you'll know that the power of a vending machine is very, very big. All right? It saves people time. They can skip a line and go straight to a vending machine, get whatever. We could have these in AMC. That if we had that and we were selling the Avatar shit, we would have made a killing with kids coming straight out the movie and seeing the toys and stuff in the vending machines. So there's a market there, all right? And it's a very, very good idea. Now, Adam Aaron said that she's right and that he wants to get this implemented across AMC. And now I'm saying I'd like to see it get implemented now, right now. And here's the challenge that I got for Adam Aaron. All right, Adam, give us an update. Give us an update right now on how much it would cost to put these vending machines across AMC theaters, all of them, 950.
Well, the vending machine wasn't at the theater; it was in the mall. First of all,
see if they could find it cheaper. Give us the price that it would cost, and we will have that.
Oh shit!
Within a month and a half, and we'll get it absolutely free. We will have these 950 vending machines in AMC theaters within 90 days, absolutely free. All you got to do is tell us how much it's going to cost and let us do our magic. All right? And with that, fuck it, I'm going to go ahead and tell y'all the next thing. It's right here, people. Soon as he tells us, all right, this is how much it costs, and then we go over here.
What is he talking about?
And we watch movie trailers.
I knew he was. I was about to say it. I was about to say it. You're gonna go watch AMC videos on YouTube to generate the revenue to buy the vending machines. Holy shit! I swear to God, I knew he was gonna say this.
Theaters YouTube channel, and they will get paid for this revenue of us watching these trailers.
Boom!
All right?
There it is.
Interviews. And when
there
they
it
get
is.
paid on the 21st, that money can be used to purchase those vending machines and get them in the AMC theater.
Listen, you don't buy vending machines, okay? It's not how it works. You don't buy vending machines. I mean, I guess you could buy vending machines, but why would you buy vending machines? That is not how the vending business works.
Right now. Now, we got 20 days. So if
unless you're starting a vending machine business itself, but no. I have a vending machine at my work. We don't own the vending machine. We don't stock the vending machine. Somebody else does that. And they take a cut from it. Okay? Also, vending machines, big time mafia business going way back.
Over here right now and you start watching a couple of these trailers, I'm telling y'all, Joyride is going to be a really, really good movie.
I don't care.
Go watch the Joyride video, all right? Or you got interviews from the movies, and I got an idea about that. Why isn't Adam Aaron doing exclusive interviews with some of these actors and actresses in their movies and put them on our YouTube channel? That's for another story. But here's the thing, people. Adam, all you got to do is tell us how much they cost. And we know, I'm going to tell everybody, right now it's the 1st. So we have 20 days.
So this was a
to
joke.
Watch as many of these trailers as possible and interviews as possible. If Adam would agree.
Exactly, CSI. No more taking 1 year and a half to implement popcorn nonsense.
So with that, love y'all. Go watch some because he's going to say yes, probably. And I'll see you in the next video.
Yeah, these are the worst fucking ideas. Holy shit. All right. Okay. Remember this? Okay, let me find it. Let me find it. Go back. So this is what happens here. Oh, boy, you know.
This is what happens when you work to change things. And first they think you're crazy, then they fight you, and then all of a sudden you change the world.
Yep. Right, Elizabeth? Yep. Okay, where the fuck is it? Here we go. All right. win with this.
Unbelievable, bro. Fuck all of them. Marine, fuck you. Morantz, fuck you. Rico, fuck you. All of you, bro. All of you AMC YouTubers, you're fucking lost, bro. All of you. My TA, bro, I could be twisted. I can't even see straight. My TA is still better than you. My TA is still better than you, and I can't even fucking see straight. How do you feel?
My God, bro.
Ever cross your mind that maybe you might be wrong in your thoughts? I mean, the arrogance you show by constantly being wrong and not being unbelievable, bro.
Oh shit.
Ever cross your mind that maybe you might be wrong? Unbelievable, bro.
Shit, sorry. I can't zoom in on that one.
Unbelievable, bro.
Unbelievable, bro.
That maybe
Here we go.
you might be wrong in your thoughts. I mean, the arrogance you show by constantly being wrong and not being able to accept reality. Yeah, right.
Yeah, right.
I've been wrong. I've been wrong at all. You fucking idiot. Oh, fuck. Unreal. These fucking morons. They never learn.
They never learn how right you are, Ants Trades.
I'm not
never
even gonna
learn.
ban you. That actually made me laugh. The stupidity in that comment made me laugh. I'm just kidding, bro. You're gone forever, you fucking absolute moron. See you later, bud.
Oh man, that must have hurt, Bad Back. That must have hurt. That must have hurt. Trey had a lot of medical issues. Okay, well, let's go back here and end on this.
You can't kill Michael Myers! It's impossible! But what you can do is buy AMC stock!
But, aren't we so glad? Aren't we so happy that Benzinga fixed?
Well, just a second there, Professor. We fixed the glitch.
All right. We've come to the end.
Another blunt, man.
When's the next stream, Model 3 dude? I'm not sure. I don't know. But, hey. Join the finance chat, link in the description. Have this fun every day. Otherwise, I'll see you in the next stream, whenever that is. Probably tomorrow or Tuesday or Wednesday. See ya. Bye.